Well, one characteristic that makes us unique is that we can determine the course of our own history. Uh, Horses and cows and dogs can't do that. They are essentially passive victims of whatever happens. But we can make the decisions that will determine the course that history will follow. Actually, we have made choices which at this present moment are destroying other species at a rate that hasn't been seen for 65 million years, when a huge asteroid hit the Earth and ended the age of the dinosaurs and opened the way for small mammals to develop, ultimately us. We're now killing other species at the same rate as that huge asteroid explosion. So we have already made a decision for a huge number of others, and we're in a position to make the decision for ourselves. Other species can't do this. Partly this has to do with unique cognitive capacities that human beings have. So, for example, you and I can have this discussion, but two lions can't have that discussion. We have the cognitive capacities that enable us to do it. They don't. And out of this flows many other things. But the crucial one for us to pay attention to is our ability to determine what the future will be. And it's an extremely serious question right now, the kind of question which literally has never arisen in history.
Does the nature or the structure of language tell us anything about how the human mind works?
I think it tells us a good deal. In fact, my own feeling is that's, for myself at least, that's the major interest in the study of language, is that I think this use of language is plainly a very distinctive human property, and one which, as you said...
It is distinctive. That is the fact we can teach a bird to say words means nothing. And
well, you can teach. I think the most interesting work recently has been with chimpanzees, who've been taught extensive symbolic systems. As far as I can see, these are complicated associational systems, and I think very different from language in the way they function, in my opinion, though there's much controversy about this. And I think that by pursuing that kind of line of investigation, in fact, one may in fact discover in more precise detail what are those unique, I'm sure they are unique, properties of language that make it possible for a human child so readily to acquire this system of vast complexity and to use it.
It is vastly complex.
It's incredibly complex, and it does contribute immensely to the possibility of creative thought and expression in a way which is totally unique to human beings. And I think that by looking at the detailed structure of language, we have an almost incomparable way of gaining some insight into the specific nature of the human mind as a unique biological structure existing nowhere else as far as we know.
So what we discover will be transferable probably to other areas of learning beyond language?
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to try to, in fact, there's a good deal of modern cognitive psychology, so-called, does try to use linguistic models in investigating other domains of intellectual competence. And that's, I think, a very fruitful and a rewarding path to follow. It's very difficult in other domains to gain such insight into the complexity of structure as in the case of language. Language is not only uniquely human, but it's also uniquely easy to study among the various kinds of intellectual achievements that a person develops. For example, you also have a very complicated theory of physical space that you've developed somehow, every human has, or a theory of human interaction, or a theory of personality, and so on. But we don't externalize these as we externalize our
language is system. There to be seen, measured, and everything
else. And therefore
else.
We have lots of possibilities of studying it, and through studying it, gaining, I think, considerable insight into the nature of mental capacities and cognitive structures and human intellectual achievements in general.
There are a good many people, specialists in the field, as you know, who believe that language is simply a matter of training, that a child can be trained to speak, and that there's nothing unique about this. You, I know, feel that there's something more than simply training. Why do you feel that there's something more to learning language than simply training?
Well, first of all, it's worth mentioning that most overwhelmingly people learn language without training. I mean, if you simply immerse a child in a situation in which language is spoken, he acquires the system.
But it's more than a response to the stimuli of the person around him speaking?
Well, the most obvious and sort of gross fact about language, which shows that, I think, is the innovative, creative character of it. I mean, every child is capable of understanding and producing very complex structures which have no simple relationship, no point-by-point relationship, no relationship on the basis of analogy, let's say, to the experience that he's presented.
The generative, creative structures of language?
Just that you can, as we're talking, we say new things, which we may not have said before. We hear new things.
I mean, language is, well, as we talk, there's very little repetition in what we say?
Well, if you really were to see how little repetition there is, you can, let's say, take a book or a newspaper or a library, for that matter, and search for repetitions of phrases or sentences and so on. They occur, but rarely so. I mean, there are particular subparts of language, say greetings or conventional utterances of one sort or another, that do repeat frequently, but these are incidentally often marginal in their structure. For example, a sentence like "How do you do?" has a structure which is, in fact, unique. It's not the structure of any English sentence. And we don't create new sentences of that type. That's just a ritualized utterance.
Yeah.
But most of our linguistic interchange is, in fact, highly innovative. And of course, it's not just random. I mean, it's innovative, but somehow appropriate to situations.
It doesn't necessarily follow the rules that we were all taught in school of a subject and a predicate or a noun and a verb. I mean, I would have the impression that somehow in my schooling I was taught to do what it is that I do now.
Yeah, well, people have that impression, but the reason is that the actual rules of language, which certainly are not taught in school, because in fact nobody even knows them to this day, are totally unconscious. I mean, what you're taught in school is some relatively superficial set of generalizations about some of the products.
Are they important? Is it important to know that?
Well, I think it'd be important to know it, but the point that has to be stressed is that first of all, that everyone knows, speaks a language very fluently and a very rich language before he ever goes to school. And furthermore, even if you wanted to teach somebody the rules of language, you wouldn't be able to do it because the rules are largely unknown. We're just barely beginning to discover them. It seems to us that there's no problem in speaking, just as it seems to us that there's no problem in, let's say, walking. But if we were to try to design an automaton, let's say, that would walk or ride a bicycle or identify a person. I mean, for example, you look at me from one point of view, and if I turn my face, you could still recognize me.
Yeah.
That's not so easy to do. I mean, we can do it because we have some special unknown capacities for perceptual identification. Well, in the case of language, too, we have this whole totally unconscious set of intricate mechanisms.
I mean, something's built into the system?
Well, I have no doubt that most of the richness of the structure of language is just a biological property of the organism. Can't be taught any more than you can be taught to have two arms and two legs.
You've got no way that you can X-ray it or
well,
put your finger on it.
At the moment, neurophysiology is not in a state where one can detect the physical structures that underlie linguistic use. I mean, only rather gross things are known. For example, it's known that language is controlled by the dominant. The brain has two hemispheres, and language is controlled by one dominant hemisphere. Incidentally, humans are, as far as I know, as far as anyone knows, the only organism that has lateralization, that has specialization of the two hemispheres. Apes don't, for example. And this is, as is well known, this is closely connected with language, and areas of the brain are known that have special relevance to various language functions. But when you get into the detailed, intricate structure of the system, it's still a mystery, entire mystery. One might say the same about learning. Nobody knows anything about the neurology of learning either, for that matter.
Now, one of the most controversial things that you've come up with is the fact that what you're saying is true not only of English, but true of all languages. There's a commonality that runs through all languages. I would have guessed that some languages were so rigidly structured that if you learned a set of 20 rules, it would take care of all situations.
Well, see, if what I just said before is true, that is, if a great deal of the structure of language is just a biological property that you bring to the learning situation, not something that you acquire in it, And if we further assume, as is unquestionably the case, that humans are not specifically adapted to learn one language or another, that is, there's no racial difference that makes it easier for you to learn this language or that language or something of that sort. From those two assumptions alone, it follows that all languages are going to be essentially uniform in that part of their structure which is biologically determined, just as there are only going to be certain possible limitations in the kind of gait that you can use when you walk. And you can't fly, no human being's going to fly. We're all going to walk. We may walk in slightly different ways, and these may be culturally determined in part, and so on. Well, I don't want to press the analogy too far. There's more differentiation in language than that. But still, I think that there is simply a biologically determined, rich framework, which we can learn a lot about, incidentally. I think we can find out a good deal about it, and there are interesting theories about it that predispose us to acquire a system of great complexity of a very specific sort on the basis of a very slight familiarity, a very slight exposure to data. See, one of the most remarkable things about acquisition of language is that the child, or for that matter an adult, has had very few seconds in his lifetime, and the total range of data available to him is rather small as compared with his ability to express himself and to produce and understand sentences and utterances and discourses as he does in his normal life. And that again indicates that there's a rich biologically determined structure which therefore must be uniform across languages. Now, as far to get back to your original point, whether there are languages with a small number of rules that would suffice to explain everything, certainly nothing of that sort is known. I mean, insofar as languages have been carefully studied, living languages at least, they seem basically they do differ. I mean, one language is not another language, but they don't differ as far as we know.
There still is this creative aspect in all languages that is generated.
That's absolutely universal. That's just a human property, which is true of every language.
What I'd like to know is why the study of how we acquire language was important to you, and what has it revealed to us in a broad sense about how the mind works?
Well, traditionally, the capacity for language has been understood to be almost a defining property of the human species. If you go back, say, take Cartesian philosophy, the 17th century dominant philosophy out of which grew the Enlightenment and so on. For Descartes, it literally was the defining property. Remember, for Descartes, it was critical to distinguish creatures with minds, soul or minds, from those who didn't have them. The ones who didn't have souls and minds were machines. That was the mechanical philosophy that was the basis for early modern science. They were machines. Those with souls and minds were human. Well, how would you determine whether some creature has a mind? The proposals that come from Descartes and his followers were by testing their language abilities. You ask, do they have this fundamental creative capacity that humans have and that they exhibit in their normal use of language? What's the creative capacity? I think they captured the essence of it pretty accurately. It's the ability which all humans share, and no, according to them, no animal or machine shares, to create and produce freely new expressions which are appropriate to situations, but not caused by situations. They're not the result of stimuli coming from the outside, or for that matter, even internal stimuli. There's a big difference between being caused and being appropriate. It's a crucial difference. A hard one to capture, but we recognize it. So this innovative behavior has no limits. It can go on indefinitely. In fact, most linguistic performance is new sentences, maybe never produced in the history of the world, or in your own experience at least. And they're also intelligible to others, who recognize, I could have expressed that thought in that way if it had come to mind. Well, that capacity, sort of a creative aspect of language use, was regarded, and I think plausibly, as a kind of a core component of human cognition, human morality, moral judgment, and in fact, human activity. This was connected, especially in the early days of classical liberalism, people like Smith, von Humboldt, and others. This was connected with the belief that humans basically have a need, a fundamental need, to carry out creative work under their own control. This was put very nicely by Wilhelm von Humboldt, the founder of the modern university system, also a great linguist and one of the founders of classical liberalism. His point was, the way he put it is that if an artisan creates a beautiful piece of work on command, we may admire what he did, but we despise what he is, namely a tool in the hands of others. On the other hand, if that artisan produces the same beautiful work under his own control and initiative, we admire not only the piece of work, but also the artisan himself, who it is. Actually, Adam Smith said the same thing. Everyone has read the first paragraph of Wealth of Nations, where talks about the butcher does this and the baker does that, and everybody's happy. It comes out in favor of division of labor. Very few people have gone on a couple hundred pages into this rather dense book when Smith returns to the notion of division of labor and says that division of labor cannot be tolerated because it will turn people into creatures as stupid and ignorant as a human being can possibly be, just routinely under command, performing the same actions over and over. And he says in any civilized society, the government's going to have to step in to do something about it. Education, other things. If you take a look at the scholarly editions of Wealth of Nations, say the University of Chicago Bicentennial Scholarly Edition, you take a look under Division of Labor, and you'll notice this passage isn't even listed in the index. It's the most important passage about division of labor. It's not, I'm sure it was not intended deceit. I think they just couldn't understand it. It's just an unintelligible view in the modern conception. So you kind of read the words, but they don't get beyond the eyes. But that conception is really fundamental to classical liberalism. I think it's correct. And they related it loosely to the creative aspect of language use. Well, we're very far from having answers to any of these questions, I should say. But there are steps towards it. And the major steps do happen to be in the study of language. There are applications, thoughts about it elsewhere, but that's where the main work is. And some rather surprising things have come out, I think. It's sort of useful to compare what's been done in the last roughly 60 years to the very early days of modern science. One of the great breakthroughs in modern science, say Galileo, the Galilean period, was to be willing to be puzzled about things that seemed obvious. That's a tremendous step forward. So, for example, for literally thousands of years, it had been accepted by important scientists that we have answers to some very simple questions. Like when I hold this thing up, if I let it go, the cup's going to drop. If this happened to be boiling water inside and I lift the lid, the steam will go up. So the cup drops and the steam rises. Well, Aristotle had an answer to why they're seeking their natural place. And that was taken to be the appropriate answer for thousands of years. When Galileo and others said, let's be puzzled about this. Let's just not take it for granted because it comes from authority. And when you start being puzzled about it, modern science begins. You see, you don't know the answers. And when you try to find out the answers, they break down. It shows that all sorts of intuitions are just wildly off. And you finally, out of this, slowly comes modern science. And I think that's what's been happening in study of language since roughly the early 1950s, approximately. A lot of things that seemed completely obvious were looked at carefully, and they all turned out to be extremely puzzling. So take a simple example, which has kind of evolved in industry of analysis. Take the sentence, a short sentence. Can eagles that fly swim? Okay, we all understand it. We know that the word can is associated with swim, not fly. We're asking, can they swim, not can they fly? Similarly, we can say things like, are eagles that fly swimming? But we can't say, are eagles that flying swim? Actually, if you think about it, that's a fine thought. It says, are the eagles that are flying swimming too? So are eagles that flying swim? But you just can't say it that way. That thought can't be expressed in that form. Well, if you think about it, it was taken for granted for forever that was just sort of intuitively obvious. But if you think about it, it's not at all obvious. Aristotle defined language as a sound with meaning. Well, what the pursuit of this inquiry tends to show is that that's not correct, that actually language is meaning with sound, and it need not be sound. It can be sign or some other mode of externalization. That's a big difference. It means that the core character of language is the set of principles that yield structured expressions and assign them a meaning. And that part of language is probably, we can't show it yet, but it looks like it's uniform among humans. It doesn't seem to vary much, and if we knew enough, maybe at all. It's just a core property of humans that we have this set of principles that yields an unbounded array of structural expressions that have a semantic interpretation that means something. And when you look into it, it's pretty strange what it means, and that just seems to be shared among humans altogether. There's no known difference among remote tribes in Papua who haven't had other human contact for tens of thousands of years, and children who grow up here. And if you interchange them at infancy, they'll grow into their own society without any problem. So that seems to be a core property of human nature. The externalization, what we call the sound part, is marginal. And it also follows from that that communication is marginal. I mean, it's kind of like a dogma among even scientists who write about these topics, that language is basically a means of communication and evolved as a means of communication. You look at current publications on evolution of language, that's just taken for granted. It apparently is all false. It turns out that from the closer analysis of language, that it's actually a tool for thought. It's a means of expressing thought. And on the side, you can use it for communication, as you can use anything else for communication. Now that gives, actually, if you just introspect for a minute, that shouldn't be surprising. Just ask yourself, what is most of your own use of language? Well, if you introspect, it turns out that probably 99% of it is talking to yourself. Talking to yourself is not communicating. You can't. It takes a tremendous act of will not to talk to yourself. Try it. It's very hard. You're walking down the street. You're talking to yourself in fragments of sentences. It goes on all night, unfortunately. But and sometimes it's used for communication, but even the external part is not much. Well, that's a radically different conception of fundamental human nature. And it does lead to, in other directions, like at least exploring these thoughts about creative work, about moral judgment, and so on. And I think, I don't want to exaggerate. This is by no means universally accepted, even among scientists, but I think that's the direction in which work has been moving. And I think it is a way of finding out basic things about what kind of creatures we are. In the early stages, when the first question was asked seriously about 50 years ago as to how we are capable of doing what we do all the time, how are we capable of understanding, producing expressions which we've never heard, which may have never been uttered in the history of the language, and do it over an infinite range, various strange properties that they have as soon as you look at them. How can we do it? The only answer seemed to be that each of us has a highly intricate computational system in the brain, which yields these very specific results. But that then poses a paradox, because it must be the case that we all humans have the same genetic capacity with marginal variation. The reason is, if you take a child from, say, a hunter-gatherer tribe in the Amazon, and the child is raised in Cambridge, Mass, it'll may just become a graduate student studying quantum physics at MIT with no difference from anyone else, and conversely. So we all have the same capacity, and it's more or less understood why. The capacity developed very recently in evolutionary time, and probably in some window between 100,000 and 50,000 years ago, something like that. And that's just a flick of an eye. So whatever happened never changed, except extremely marginally. So we're all fundamentally identical for all practical purposes. Human genetic variation is very slight anyway, superficial differences, but not very profound. An outside, say an extraterrestrial observer looking at us the way we look at frogs would say there's only one human and one language with minor variations. So on the one hand, it's got to be uniform. On the other hand, it seemed to be the case that each particular language had a highly intricate and complex system of rules, computational system, and they're very different from one another. And that is a paradox, in fact, a serious paradox. So just to start from a very general perspective, there are lots of different ways of investigating what's informally called language, but there's one that has a kind of logical priority in the sense that every approach presupposes its results, at least tacitly, even when that's hotly denied. That is the approach that considers the capacity for language of an individual person. We all have that capacity. The conclusions about that capacity arise tacitly, no matter what you're studying. Social interchange, using language, taking down a text from a tape recording or whatever it may be from an informant. You must make some assumptions, at least tacit, about the linguistic capacity of the person. Well, the direct study of the linguistic capacity of a person is the study of what's sometimes called internal language, whatever you have in your head, I language for short. So that concept, the study of I language, is somehow logically presupposed by everything. And if we investigate that topic, we enter into an inquiry into language as essentially part of biology. Whatever the linguistic capacity of a person is, it's something internal to us. It's essentially a kind of an organ of the body, on a par with the visual system or the immune system or some other subsystem, sometimes called modules or organs of the body, subsystems of a more complex structure which have enough internal integrity so that they can be studied in abstraction from the rest, and then you can investigate their interactions with other modules, organs of the entire organism in its life. So I language is such a system. What is it? Well, its most elementary property is that it is the property of what's called discrete infinity. So take sentences. You can have a 5-word sentence, you can have a 6-word sentence, but you can't have a 5.5-word sentence. And it goes on indefinitely. You can have a 100-word sentence, a 10,000-word sentence, and so on. So it's like the numbers, the natural numbers. That property of discrete infinity is important, and it's from a biological point of view, it's quite unusual. You don't find it in the biological world above the level of maybe DNA. But it seems to be a unique property of human language. You find it in the number system, but that's probably an offshoot of language. There's no other system in the world that's known to have that property. Well, the general theory of discrete infinity is pretty well understood. It has been well understood since the 1940s. It's called the theory of algorithms, theory of recursive functions, various other names. And the theory of language is going to fit in there somewhere. That is, the core of an I language is going to be some kind of an algorithm, some kind of a generative procedure that constructs an infinite array of hierarchically structured expressions, all internal to us, which are then transmitted to what are sometimes called interfaces to other systems of the cognitive system, the physical system. And there are at least two of these. One is the sensory motor system, because it's externalized somehow. And the other is systems of thought, planning, understanding, perception, interpretation, loosely called the semantic interface. So there's a phonetic interface and a semantic interface. Phonetic interfaces with the sensory motor system, the semantic, pragmatic interfaces with systems of thought, planning, action, and so on. And the core properties of language are that it has such a generative system, that's the I language, which essentially provides instructions to these other systems. Universal grammar had a traditional meaning, but in modern linguistics, last 50 years or so, it's had a technical meaning, which is not unrelated to the traditional meaning, but is not identical either. Universal grammar is just the name for the theory of the genetic component of the language faculty. I mean, transparently, there's some genetic component, right? There's a reason, say, why my granddaughter reflexively identified some part of her environment as language related, which is no small trick. Nobody knows how to duplicate that. And then more or less reflexively picked up the capacity that we're all now using. Whereas her pet, say, kitten or chimpanzee or songbird or whatever it may be, with exactly the same inputs, couldn't even take the first step, can't identify part of the environment as language related, obviously not the later steps. Well, there are two possible answers to how that happens. One is it's a miracle. The other is she has some specific genetic capacity that's like the capacity that had her grow arms and not wings, let's say. Just some fixed, or had a mammalian visual system, but not an insect visual system. Now, this is not controversial for anything except human higher mental faculties. For some reason, when people investigate human higher mental faculties, they have to be insane. You know, you can't accept the approach that we take to everything else in the world. The kind of a methodological dualism. Everything else in the world we study by the standard methods of science, but when we talk about human higher mental faculties, we have to become mystics. So therefore, there's a controversy about the existence of universal grammar, which means a controversy about whether there is some genetic property that distinguishes humans from everybody else, which leads to the ability to doing what we're now doing. But there shouldn't be any controversy about that. The only question is, what is it? Evidently, growth and development in any domain involve three factors: genetic endowment, external data, and laws of nature. For language, the first factor, genetic endowment, is sometimes called universal grammar, UG, in contemporary work. It's adapting a traditional term to a new usage. That UG exists can hardly be doubted. I mean, otherwise it would simply be a miracle that every child acquires language while its pet kitten or chimp or songbird or whatever, exposed to exactly the same data. It cannot even take the first step at determining which aspects of the data are related to language. That's no trivial task, incidentally, let alone all the rest. Nevertheless, a debate has raged over this matter for decades, a very odd debate, if only because it's one-sided. There are innumerable condemnations of what critics call the innateness hypothesis, apparently referring to the truism that UG exists. There are no defenders of the hypothesis, just as there are no defenders of the hypothesis that the mammalian visual system has a genetic component. The only serious question, as in the case of every other subsystem of the organism, is what are the properties of UG and how do they interact with other factors in growth and development. If you think about it from an evolutionary point of view, we don't know much about the evolution of language, but a few things are pretty clear. One is that language evolved pretty recently, so there's no evidence for it in the archaeological record up to maybe 100,000 years ago or something like that. After that, there's a kind of a burst of creative activity that shows up in the archaeological record. Complex symbolic representation in the arts and the representation of astronomical events, complex social structures. Also, it's sometimes called the Great Leap Forward. There's a huge increase in sort of creative imagination that shows up in the archaeological record, and it's generally assumed by paleoanthropologists pretty plausibly that that's related to the evolution of language. The evolution of language gave the capacity to think and to do all kinds of things. So probably around that time, maybe somewhere around 100,000 to 50,000 years ago, exact dates don't matter, but sometime around then, language evolved. Well, what had to evolve was the operation that produced digital infinity. There can't be any precursors to that. As I mentioned, there can't be precursors. It's just like the number system. Either you have it all or you don't have any of it. There are no precursors. There's a lot of talk about proto-language and so on. There's no empirical evidence for it, no conceptual reason for it. It's just mythology. So something happened around that time which yielded the capacity for infinite generation. Well, it had to be a mutation of some kind, maybe a small mutation which rewired the brain somehow to give this process. Mutations take place in an individual, not in a group. So it happened to some person. There's a couple of marginal exceptions to this, but we can put them aside. Like a mutation in a germ cell could have hit many individuals. But basically it takes, a mutation is something that a person undergoes. Now that person would have had the capacity for thought, it would have a capacity for infinite generation of hierarchical structures which relate to whatever conceptual apparatus was around prior to that, the thought system, a mystery, but that's the other mystery I mentioned. However, there would be no point in trying to externalize it because nobody else has the capacity. Okay, so it's inside. Well, such a mutation could have selective advantages. It's not obvious, but it could at least. And it would be transmitted partially to offspring. If there are real selectional advantages, it could take over a small breeding group. Our ancestors were very small in number, maybe thousands. At that point, there becomes a reason for externalization. A lot of people have the capacity, maybe they decide to try to figure out a way to externalize it so then they can interact. But that's a secondary process and a hard problem because the initial system developed without any pressures on it, no selective pressures, just developed. And therefore you'd expect that it would develop into a perfect system, something like a snowflake. It just develops with no external pressures, hence by virtue of the laws of nature, by the principles of efficient computation in this case, with whatever constraints are imposed by the structure of the brain about which we know nothing, so we can't talk about them. So you have this essentially perfect system on the inside. You have the sensory motor system, which had been around for hundreds of thousands of years without any change as far as anyone knows. And you have to relate them somehow. Okay, it's a hard cognitive problem. It can be solved in a lot of different ways, and that's where you get the complexity and the variety and the susceptibility to change and so on. So roughly speaking, it all sort of falls into place. And it would be nice to show, and I'll come back to showing it in a minute, that in fact there are design features of language. By design, I don't mean anybody designed it. There are just intrinsic features of the nature of language that do show that strongly indicate that language is designed as a system of thought and not as a system of externalization. Notice that communication is a subcase of externalization. So it's not even secondary, it's tertiary. Plenty of externalization that isn't communication. So merge is in fact clearly a universal property of the human mind brain today, but our early ancestors lacked that property. Hence, at some point in the past, not the very remote past, some mutation must have taken place, perhaps very slight, which rewired the brain to yield this capacity, to yield this operation, merge. Well, mutations take place in an individual, not in a group. And the person who underwent this mutation could exploit existing conceptual capacities to think, to interpret, to plan over an unbounded range. The person had what's sometimes called a language of thought. Well, that presumably confers a selectional advantage. In part, it would be inherited by offspring. Sometime later, the property would be shared by enough people in a small breeding group, and we come from very small groups, maybe a few thousand individuals. The property could take over a small group. At that point, if enough people have the capacity, it would be advantageous to externalize the inner thought. To do so, it's necessary to solve a hard cognitive problem, that is, to relate the internal generative system, which had emerged suddenly, to the sensory motor system, which had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. We know that from fossil evidence. So we would expect then that this secondary system, this secondary component of language, the externalization, would be complex, varied, subject to historical change, and so on. And that's indeed what we find overwhelmingly. The fact is very familiar from language acquisition. To learn a second language, one has to acquire the vocabulary, which is an arbitrary linkage of sound and meaning. You have to acquire inflectional systems. You have to learn about linear order, and so on. But no one can learn the syntactic or semantic rules, or for that matter, even the meanings of words in their normal, rich complexity, because evidence for that is virtually non-existent. In many cases, totally non-existent. And no one can teach any of this, since our knowledge of them is beyond the reach of consciousness. And what theoretical understanding has been attained is surely not put to use in language acquisition. Well, let's proceed. What is this mysterious recursive operation that somehow entered into our evolutionary history? The first assumption you would make is it's the simplest one imaginable. Well, what's the simplest one imaginable? Any recursive procedure, any algorithm that's going to create a system of digital infinity is going to have embedded in it somewhere an operation that says, take two units that have already been formed and make up a bigger unit. Okay, somewhere in any system you're going to find that, whether it's an axiom system or a Phrygian ancestral or whatever mode you have for generating an infinite number of objects. So let's take a look at that operation. Let's assume that the initial assumption, certainly, is that's the operation that was provided to some not so remote ancestor. 100,000 years is not a long time from an evolutionary point of view. So some recent ancestor had some rewiring of the brain which gave them this operation, call the operation merge. Takes two objects already constructed, forms a new one. Well, we'd want it to work in the simplest, we'd assume that it would work in the simplest possible way. The simplest possible way would mean that the two that are, so in other words, I won't bother writing it, but suppose you have X and Y, you form a new object, call it Z. Okay, the most simple assumption is that X and Y are not changed by the operation. That's the minimal amount of computation, okay? They're not changed by the operation. That's called the no tampering condition. It's an elementary principle of efficient computation. You want to put two things together, don't change them. And furthermore, don't order them, because ordering them is more complex than leaving them unordered. Okay, what that means is that when you merge X and Y, you just get the set X, Y, period. Okay, that's the simplest operation, so presumably that we start by assuming that that's the only operation. If we're forced to, we'll add more complexity, but that's the minimal form of universal grammar. You have a perfectly functioning operation merge. If they're in universal grammar, if they're part of the genetic endowment, then they had to evolve somehow. But not a lot could have evolved because it's too recent. You know, you go back 100,000 years, there's, as far as we know, nothing. Humans had the same anatomy. Anything that's preserved in the fossil record is about the same, you know, hundreds of thousands of years back. So some small change must have taken place in the brain, which somehow allowed all of this to suddenly blossom. And pretty soon after that, again in evolutionary time, like maybe a couple of tens of thousands of years, which is no time at all, humans started leaving East Africa, where we all come from, as far as anyone knows. So some small group developed this system and then spread all over the world, and now they're all essentially the same. But what evolved in that short period of time cannot have been very complex. You know, you wouldn't expect a series of extensive stages, like, say, development of limbs, you know, millions of years. Therefore, what you'd predict is that some other principle external to language, maybe some principle of nature, a principle of computational efficiency or something like that, which is not specific to language, interacted with a small mutation which just gave rise to universal grammar. Well, that sets forth a new goal of research, to see if you can determine that the principles themselves do not have the intricacy that they appeared to have, but are actually the result of application of non-linguistic, in fact, maybe non-human principles, like general principles of computational efficiency, to whatever small change took place. And the small change was probably the capacity to carry out recursive enumeration, basically, the capacity that gives you the number system, for example, to take two objects already constructed in the mind and make up a new object out of them, and then keep that process up indefinitely, so you get an infinite array of possible expressions, each with some semantic interpretation and some mode of externalization, speech, sign, whatever it may be. That would be, and the goal would be to try to show that that was essentially instantaneous. Once the small mutation took place, given this operation, the recursive enumeration operation, that allows you to create a discrete infinity of expressions, structured expressions. Well, notice that design considerations and evolutionary considerations converge. They yield the same conclusion, that language is designed for computational efficiency, yielding a language of thought, but it's not very good for communication. It's inefficient for communication. The conclusion was expressed lucidly by Nobel laureate François Jacob. He observed that the role of language as a communication system between individuals would have come about only secondarily as linguists believe, I think he's referring to me, the quality of language that makes it unique does not seem to be so much its role in communicating directives for action or other features of animal communication, but rather its role in symbolizing, in evoking cognitive images, in molding our notion of reality, and yielding our capacity for thought and planning through its unique property of allowing infinite combinations of symbols and therefore mental creation of possible worlds. Those, I think, are accurate ideas which actually trace back to the 17th century cognitive revolution and have been richly elaborated in the past half century. Well, that's at least a feasible picture. The trick is to show that it's true, or how close it is to true. Can you cut away at the apparent complexity of the principles and show that they can actually be accounted for in terms of general principles that hold for organisms generally, perhaps, and maybe even elsewhere in the physical world, and that are instantly or almost instantly applied once the original move is made to whatever small move it was to produce the capacity for recursive enumeration. Well, that's a goal. It's far from being attained, but in the last 15, 20 years, there's been considerable progress towards it. That is, a lot of things that it seemed 20 years ago you had to assign to the genetic endowment have now been rather plausibly shown to be possible consequences of just application, particularly of principles of computational efficiency, to a system which had only the ability to construct an infinite hierarchy of expressions. And that, we don't know enough about the brain to know how that might have happened, but that could have been a very small mutation, just changing something in somebody's genome and then spreading through the small breeding group. So that, in that respect, it's a goal, and steps have been taken towards it. But you would expect that something like that ought to be true, just from what's known about the history of evolution of Homo sapiens in very recent times, without much opportunity for selection to have had any effect. Maybe a small effect, but not much. So that's, I think, that's the tendency of thinking, at least my thinking, and many others, on how theories of universal grammar have changed. But the idea that there is universal grammar, that it exists, that can't be controversial, unless you believe in magic, for the elementary reasons that I mentioned. If we agree to be puzzled about simple things, instead of just taking them for granted, like apples fall from a tree, all sorts of directions open up, and they're pretty fascinating ones, and lead to pretty rich conclusions, even quite general conclusions, like why externalization of language and hence communication is an ancillary process, not a core process of language, and lots of questions about language design, which come closer to the goal of showing that there's nothing in universal grammar but what has to be there by laws of nature, given that merge appeared somewhere. It's kind of a distant goal, but one that would be interesting to try to approach. For much of my life, I've been intrigued by several problems, one of which I've sometimes called Plato's problem, another Orwell's problem, and also by a third, which we might call Descartes' problem. Plato's problem was lucidly formulated by Bertrand Russell in his last major philosophical work. He asked, how comes it that human beings whose contacts with the world are brief and personal or limited are nevertheless able to know as much as they do know? And the roots of that go back to Plato. We can borrow some of the same words to formulate Orwell's complementary problem. How comes it that human beings with ample and reliable information at hand and nevertheless know and understand so little? Descartes' problem had to do with freedom of choice and action, unique to humans, so he argued, and what he called the noblest thing we have, illustrated most clearly for Descartes and his followers in what we may call the creative use of language, the capacity shared by all humans to freely express their thoughts in constantly novel ways over an infinite range, in a manner that's appropriate to circumstances but not caused by them. That's a crucial distinction, and that is also not causally determined by any extramental internal state. Humans may be incited or inclined to speak in certain ways by internal or external circumstances, but they are not compelled to do so, as his followers put the matter. For them, the dividing line between humans and what they called beast machines, animals or machines. They were describing the normal, everyday use of language. Later, Wilhelm von Humboldt called it the infinite use of finite means, a core element of the human creative impulse that should be nurtured by education in any decent society. He and other classical liberals argued. These are ideas that were developed further in Marx's early manuscripts and that have repeatedly animated popular movements. The traditional idea that was sort of in the air and occasionally articulated over the years from about 17th century on until it died in the early 20th century, was captured in a slogan of one famous linguist, Wilhelm von Humboldt, that language involves infinite use of finite means. In short, the brain is finite, plainly, but you can make infinite use of whatever resources it has. Infinite just means you can keep going on and on with new objects without any limit. And that part is true. It does involve infinite use of finite means. That was an aspect of an observation that led to the classical theory of mind and body. Earlier, Descartes had based his conception of two different substances, mind and body, on the fact that humans uniquely had this capacity to make infinite use of finite means in the use of language, whereas he argued no automaton could do this, and no other organism could do it, so there's got to be some fundamental divide between humans who have a mind and other organisms and automata and so on that don't. In fact, that is the classic mind-body problem. This notion goes on. Efforts to deal with this problem remained and continued for years. Maybe the last representative of this tradition is Otto Jespersen, an important linguist of the early part of this century, who has an interesting book which people are starting to read again. They didn't read for a long time, called Philosophy of Grammar. Came out in 1924, which is sort of the last theoretical exposition of this point of view, in which he said the task of the language, he said every person develops in their mind somehow what he called a notion of structure for their language. And that notion of structure guides them in constructing free expressions. Free expressions are typically novel expressions that you say in an appropriate circumstance and that other people somehow understand, even if they've never heard it before or anything like it before. And you can do this without limit. And then he said, well, the task of the linguist is to figure out what the notion of structure is and how free expressions are constructed for it, and furthermore, to figure out how that notion of structure gets into the mind of the speaker, of the person who knows the language, given just exposure to various kind of chaotic and actually pretty limited experience. Well, why did it become possible to ask these questions around 1950, but not, say, 50 years earlier, or 200 years earlier? The answer is that there had been some new discoveries in the formal sciences, in mathematics and so on, that clarified the concept of infinite use of finite means. That looked very mysterious before that. How could you have infinite use of finite means? But a partial answer, I stress, partial answer to that came out in mathematics and what came to be called the theory of automata, or the theory of algorithms, or the theory of computing, and so on, with Gödel and Church and Turing and others. A concept of computability was produced that answered some of these questions. It made it possible to understand how a finite system can have can express an infinite number of things. And there was a very clear concept by 1950. In fact, there seemed to be an absolute notion of computability, such that every way you tried to approach it, you always came down to the same concept. And that was common knowledge by that time. And that made it possible to re-ask the old questions from start. Now you could ask something about how you form free expressions with a finite mind, or how you can make infinite use of finite means. But here you have to be a little cautious, because it's only one aspect of that traditional question that could be faced. The question that Descartes and Jespersen and Humboldt and others were asking was a question about how you speak. How do I do what I'm doing now? What I'm doing now is forming new expressions, and you're hearing new expressions. So how do we do that? It was a question about performance. And here's where the questions of mind came up, the fundamental questions of mind. The question that Descartes asked is, how can a person, though not a parrot or an automaton presumably, how can a person produce new expressions which are not caused by the circumstances? So you're not forced to produce that by your inner state, let's say, or the things around you. But even though they're not caused by the circumstances, internal and external, are nevertheless appropriate to the circumstances. That's the crucial issue. How do you continually do new things that are that are not caused but are appropriate and are coherent, and that other people understand as coherent and appropriate, and that evoke thoughts in the hearer that the hearer could have expressed himself or herself if they'd thought about it? That's the problem. It's the problem of uncaused, appropriate, coherent behavior without limits. I sometimes call the creative aspect of language use. Now that's a different problem from another one. How can a finite system characterize an infinite number of expressions? To characterize an expression doesn't mean just to list it. It means to give its form, its meaning, its sound, everything you know about it. How can an infinite amount of information be stored in a finite brain? That's a different question from the question of how you can carry out the creative aspect of language use. It sounds like the same question, and until the 1950s it was thought to be the same question. But once the concept of computability, what's technically called generative procedures, once that was clarified, these two questions separated. And one of them is studyable. The other one's not studyable. That remains the case. So the one that's studyable is the one that has to do with the nature of the information that's stored in your head. Somehow in the language faculty of your brain, which is like an organ of it's kind of like the kidney, as far as we know, an organ of the body. So in the language faculty of the brain, whatever it is, or wherever it is, nobody knows exactly, but it's there. The language faculty of the brain has stored in it an infinite amount of information about a particular linguistic system, whichever yours is, whatever mixture it is. On the other hand, there's another question, that is, how do you use it? How do you use it in ways which are appropriate to situations but uncaused by situations, and uncaused by your internal state? Those turn out to be quite different questions. One of them is investigable, the other is not. The one that you can investigate has led to the modern study of language. The one that you can't investigate is in exactly where Descartes left it. Total mystery. Incidentally, this is not just true of language. It's true of every aspect of psychology and physiology. So suppose you're studying, say, vision. There's a lot of work in the last 50 years on the visual system. And it's all about things that happen between the retina and the striate cortex. So it's about the mechanisms of vision. It's about how stimulation of the retina leads you to see a cube rotating in space. But nobody asks the question, how do you decide to look at a sunset, let's say? That's a question about vision, but it's not a question that can be asked, so nobody bothers asking it. I mean, it's a question, right, but it's a question that we can ask and just stare at in kind of confusion, not knowing where to go. Because, again, it's a question of appropriate voluntary action.
And those questions are just not within our range of inquiry. Or similarly, suppose you're, say, studying, there's work on, turns out to be extremely hard to explain how to account for the fact that I can, say, reach over here and pick up an apple, let's say. That's a very hard thing to do. It's extremely hard to get a robot to do it. It turns out to be quite complex. You know, the motor actions and coordination and control and so on that are going on are pretty complicated. And there's a very interesting study about how you do it. I mean, it seems easy, just reach over and pick up the apple, but to figure out what you're doing turns out to be extremely complex. And there is a big study, and an interesting study of the mechanisms of motor control and programming and coordination, but nobody studies the question of why I decided to pick up the apple. You know, why did I pick the apple up and not my watch or something? That's not a question that you can study, and that's a question that's analogous to the question of use of language. And in fact, if you think across the board, that's the way it always goes. When you talk, the things that can be studied are questions about mechanisms, about how knowledge is stored, how internal programming takes place, how one kind of representation, say a mapping, the retinal mapping, can turn into another one, let's say concept of the percept of a cube rotating in space. Those things have been subjected to inquiry, and we know a lot about them. But a whole class of other things, of which the use of language is one, they remain where they always were. And remember, those are the ones that were traditionally exciting. Those are the ones that led to the traditional mind-body problem. What there is just various aspects of the world, and you try to understand them the best you can and unify your understanding as best you can. But I don't think that anyone has formulated a coherent version of the mind-body problem since the 17th century. So it's not at all clear to me, at least, what people are arguing about when they say they think that the mind can be reduced to the body, or they don't think it can, or whatever. Since there's no notion of body, the debate doesn't seem to be about anything. But the problems remain. I mean, the problems of of the mental aspects of the world, they remain. And they remain, for the most part, unsolved. We can pull out little pieces of them and get insight, like the nature of the mechanisms that underlie infinite knowledge. There we can get a lot of insight. But the main questions about the mental aspects of the world, like, for example, the question of coherent, appropriate, meaningful action, which is apparently uncaused as far as anyone can tell, that problem remains, and it remains completely mysterious. Well, all of these problems take us right to the present, and they raise very interesting, a lot of people think they're kind of paradoxes. I don't know if they're paradoxes or not, but they're certainly surprising. It seems to turn out that the properties of language that we can study, the parts that we can study, just don't look like the organic world at all. They seem to look a lot like the inorganic world for very mysterious reasons. And they have these strange properties of computation that you simply, not only don't you find in the organic world, but you can't, a lot of it isn't even computable. Well, that's the part of language we can study. What about the part we can't study? Like the part that led to the traditional mind-body problem, no longer formulable as far as I can see because we have no notion of body. How do you actually use language in the ways that we do when we talk to each other normally, ways that are appropriate to situations, not caused by internal states or external events, coherent, intelligible to others, with all those properties? That remains, as it has always been, a complete mystery, and why it remains a mystery is also a mystery. Just notice that the same is true across the board. It's true of the study of vision, it's true of the study of motor mechanisms, it's true of every aspect of psychology and physiology. There is that mysterious core, which is just the questions that we're humanly interested in for the most part, in which you can only stare in puzzlement. That may reflect other aspects of human cognitive capacity. May mean that they're not the kinds of questions we're designed to answer, which could be, or there could be some other reason, but anyhow, that's where things stand at the moment.
One consequence of your theories is that we are, as human beings, very, very rigidly pre-programmed. There are certain things we can understand, certain things we can communicate, and anything that falls outside that, we simply can't. Is that so?
That's certainly correct.
So, I mean, in a way, this is a rather alarming doctrine. I mean, it certainly contravenes the way we want to feel about ourselves.
Well, that may be an immediate reaction, but I think it's not the correct reaction. In fact, while it's true that our genetic program rigidly constrains us, I think the more important point is that the existence of that rigid constraint is what provides the basis for our freedom and creativity. And the reason...
What you mean, it's only because we're pre-programmed that we can do all the things we can do.
Exactly. The point is that if we really were plastic organisms without an extensive pre-programming, then the state that our mind achieves would in fact be a reflection of the environment, which means it would be extraordinarily impoverished. Fortunately for us, we're rigidly pre-programmed with extremely rich systems that are part of our biological endowment. Correspondingly, a small amount of rather degenerate experience allows a kind of a great leap into a rich cognitive system, essentially uniform in a community, and in fact roughly uniform for the species.
Which would have developed over countless evolutionary ages through the biological
system,
evolutionary process.
Right. The basic system itself developed over long periods of evolutionary development. We don't know how, really. But for the individual, it's present. As a result, the individual is capable of, with a very small amount of evidence, of constructing an extremely rich system, which allows him to act in the free and creative fashion, which in fact is normal for humans. We can say anything that we want over an infinite range. Other people will understand us, though they've heard nothing like that before. We're able to do that precisely because of that rigid programming. But short of that, we would not be able to at all.
What account are you able to give of creativity? If we are pre-programmed in the way you say, then how is creativity a possibility for us?
Well, here I think one has to be fairly careful. I think we can say a good deal about the nature of the system that is acquired, the state of knowledge that is attained. We can say a fair amount about the biological, the basis in the initial state of the mind for the acquisition of this system. But when we turn to a third question, namely, how is this system used? How are we able to act creatively? How can we decide to say things that are new but not random, that are appropriate to occasions but not under the control of stimuli? When we ask these questions, we really enter into a realm of mystery where human science, at least so far, and maybe in principle, does not reach. We can say a fair amount about the principles that make it possible for us to behave in our normal creative fashion, but as soon as questions of will or decision or reason or choice of action, when those questions arise, human science is at a loss. It has nothing to say about them as far as I can see. These questions remain in the obscurity that in which they were in classical antiquity.
Would you also accept this or not, that having arrived at our present situation across millions of years of evolution, we must have been going through a continual process of innovation and new adaptation and development of new abilities, dispositions, organs, etc. Might we not still be, as it were, plastic at the edges? Might we not still be developing and changing and genuinely evolving, if only on the margin?
Well, I think one has to be, again, very cautious here, because while it's true in a very vague sense to say, it's correct to say that the systems that we now have developed through evolution, through natural selection. It's important to recognize how little we are saying when we say that. For example, it is certainly not necessarily the case that every particular trait that we have is the result of specific selection. That is, that we were selected for having that. In fact, there are striking examples to the contrary, or at least apparent examples to the contrary. Say, take, for example, our capacity to deal with abstract properties of the number system. Now, that's a distinctive human capacity, as distinctive as the capacity for language. Any normal human, in fact, down to pathological levels, can comprehend the properties of the number system and can move very far in understanding their deep properties. But it's extremely difficult to believe that this capacity was the result of specific selection. That is, it's hard to believe that people who were a little better at proving theorems of number theory had more children, let's say. That didn't happen. In fact, through most of human evolution, in fact, essentially all of human evolution, this capacity it would have been impossible to know that this capacity even existed. The contingencies that allowed it to be exercised never arose. Nevertheless, the trait is there, the capacity is there, the mental organ, if you like, has developed. Presumably it has developed as a concomitant of some other properties of the brain which may have been selected. For example, we can speculate, say, that that increase in brain size was a factor in differential reproduction, hence in evolution. And it may be that for physical law, because of physical laws that we presently don't know, that an increase in brain size under the specific conditions of human evolution simply leads necessarily to a system which has the capacity to deal with properties of the number system. Well, then that's a matter of physics, ultimately. And then the mind that evolves, the brain that evolves, will have this capacity, but not because it was achieved through selection. Now, I think it's at least likely that something of the sort is true of human language. And, I mean, surely if it were dysfunctional, it wouldn't have been maintained. It's obviously functional. But it's a long leap to claim that the specific structures of language are themselves the result of specific selection, and it's a leap that I don't think is particularly plausible.
So the Galilean challenge then reduces to generation, intrinsic competence, and to production. Well, let's take production, the other aspect of performance. We can stare at the problem, but there's nothing much of interest to say about it. At least those aspects of production that have been at the heart that animated the Galilean challenge through the centuries, what I call the creative aspect of language use, the use of language that is appropriate to circumstances but not determined by them, fundamental distinction. So in Cartesian terms, we may be incited or inclined to speak in certain ways, but we are not compelled to do so. Fundamental distinction. And that is true more generally of voluntary action. Actually, the problem is expressed graphically in a recent review of the state of the art by two leading neuroscientists who work on voluntary action, Emilio Bizzi, Robert Ajamian. They write, I'm quoting them, "We have some idea as to the intricate design of the puppet and the puppet strings, but we lack insight into the mind of the puppeteer, what's making it happen." They're concerned with very simple cases, like, say, the decision to lift your finger or to shift your eye gaze. And it's dramatically true in the vastly more complex case of production of language. So if you consider an aphorism of Wilhelm von Humboldt, now sometimes quoted, that language involves infinite use of finite means, we now have some idea about the means that are used, the internal language, the puppet and the strings, but it's the generative process, but not the infinite use, not the puppeteer. As in the case of voluntary motion generally, the fundamental questions about the use of the means by the puppeteer remain shrouded in mystery. The matter is often misinterpreted in current scientific work. For example, there's a good deal of work comparing speech and organization of actual speech and organization of other actions. Contrary to what's assumed in this work, that would tell us virtually nothing about language. It would tell us something about the organization of the particular act of speaking, which of course is going to share properties with other acts, but tells us nothing about the fundamental, the generative system, the creative aspect of language use. Actually, there are serious misinterpretations, even in the finest academic scholarship. Happens to be a case in point in an article that just appeared on Descartes by one of the leading scholars of early modern philosophy, John Cottingham. Cottingham actually is unusual in that he recognizes that the creative aspect of language use provided a basis for Descartes' mind-body dualism, and he also recognizes, and this is rare, that it was an empirical argument concerning the limitations of any machine, all of which is correct. But the way he puts it is interestingly incorrect. I'll quote it. The way he puts it is that Descartes believed that a machine could not possibly generate the indefinitely large range of responses needed for genuine thought or language. But he goes on to say that a Turing machine, which is basically your laptop, can run an indefinite number of programs and tackle an indefinite number of tasks, and thus has new technology refuted old arguments. So Cottingham concludes, but it doesn't. Descartes could easily have handled the fact, would not have been surprised by the fact that a machine can generate infinitely many responses. He was interested in something else, quite different. The limits of a machine are that they cannot, in Descartes' words, respond appropriately to circumstances. Not that it was finitely bounded. That was not a concern in the 17th century. He was concerned with the difference between being incited or inclined to speak in certain ways and being compelled to do so. The machine is compelled. The person is only incited or inclined, and somehow chooses, the puppeteer somehow chooses to act appropriately. That's the mystery, the problem. That's the question that animated the Galilean challenge from the beginning, still does, and the puppeteer still escapes our intellectual grasp. In fact, it's not even clear that we know how to formulate the questions properly. Simple cases of voluntary motion, like, say, raising your finger, deciding to raise your finger, those are mysterious enough. But there's something almost magical about production of a sentence or an internal thought, which you don't bother externalizing. If you think about it for a minute, if you produce a sentence, sorry? Oh, okay. How's that? Yeah, okay. Well, to go back a sentence, the simple voluntary actions like shifting your eye gaze or lifting your finger, the decision to carry them out are totally mysterious. But the question becomes vastly more complex, in fact, kind of almost magical, when you think about producing in your mind a complex sentence, sometimes externalizing it. If you think about it, the sentence that you produce emerges instantaneously in all of its complexity, with no awareness of any acts of composing it in your mind. And in fact, we by now know a good deal about the intricacies of what's going on when it's composed in the mind, but no one can become conscious of this. You can't become conscious of these internal mental acts. And the only plausible conclusion is that the act of formulating thoughts, sometimes externalizing them in sound, these acts are unconscious, inaccessible to consciousness. Nonetheless, the puppeteer appears to be acting freely and independently and somehow appropriately. Here, the mysteries just abound. Well, we're led to conclude from all of this that performance actually does not bear on the Galilean challenge. In the case of production, because it's out of reach in its interesting aspects. In the case of parsing and perception, because it's well within reach and an important topic, but not relevant to the challenge. So we're therefore left with competence on the generative system, the internal language computational system that generates something like a language of thought at the conceptual intentional interface, and instructions for articulation or other actions at the sensory motor interface. Now that's where we are left in trying to deal with the Galilean challenge.
So what do you think about it?
About free will?
and morality, which is of course the base of politics and
moral,
social,
yeah,
social
human moral
ideas.
principles we can study, like the kind of work that I mentioned, John Michael, others, are carrying out the beginnings of experimental work, which sheds light on and may ultimately shed a lot of light on what our innate moral principles are, what Hume was looking for example, and Adam Smith and others. That could shed some light on it. So I don't think it's going to tell you much about freedom of the will. Freedom of the will, I think we're stuck pretty much where Descartes was. We just can't abandon believing it. It's our most immediate, phenomenologically obvious impression, but we can't explain it. And as he said, if there's something which we just know to be true and we don't have any explanation for it, well, too bad for our explanatory possibilities. But I don't see any way of getting around that. I mean, there's a lot of arguments that we don't have freedom of the will. And those arguments there's a ton of literature on that. And the literature is kind of interesting, actually for reasons that William James discussed. He said, if you believe that there's no freedom of the will, why bother presenting an argument? You're forced to do it. The person you're talking to can't be convinced because there's no such thing as reasons. So why not watch a baseball game? That wasn't his example. But anybody who denies freedom of the will actually believes that it's there. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother presenting reasons. I mean, unless they say, look, I'm just forced to present these. I can't do anything else but present these reasons. Which is, yeah. And it's very, very odd, these discussions, many of them. Actually, you may have seen some experimental work which caused a big flurry a couple of years ago. Some neurophysiologists discovered that if a person's going to carry an act of willed action, let's say, pick this up, say, you can find activity in the motor centers of the brain before there's a decision to pick it up, okay? And that was held to show, okay, we've undermined freedom of the will. It doesn't say anything. All it says is what we ought to know anyway. Decisions are mostly made unconsciously. By the time they reach the level of consciousness, they've probably already been made. But that doesn't tell anything about how decisions are made. People are interested in linguistics for all sorts of reasons, but my own interest since the beginning, for 50 years, has been as a way of exploring some aspects of human higher mental faculties and ultimately of human nature, which should show up in every domain, not just language happens to be one of the few areas where you can study very core human capacities, unique and core human capacities in a very intense way and achieve some results that go beyond superficial understanding. In most areas it's very hard to do it, but this is one area in which you can. And at the core of this capacity for language, it's been recognized for centuries, is a kind of what was sometimes called a creative aspect, the free ability to do what you and I are doing, to express our thoughts without limit, within constraints, but without limit, in novel ways and so on. That's somehow a fundamental part of human nature. It's the core of Cartesian philosophy was this ability, for example. Well, similar questions arise in every aspect of human capacity, and again, it's traditional. So David Hume, 250 years ago, pointed out that the foundation of morals must be what we nowadays call generative grammar. He didn't call it that, but it must be some set of principles that we're capable of applying in novel situations, again, without limit. And he pointed out these principles have to be part of our nature because there's no way to acquire them from experience. In theory, you can learn something about these aspects of human nature, and that, moving over to the domain of human affairs, including politics, but personal life or anything else, anyone who takes any stand on anything, say if you're in favor of keeping things the way they are, or some minor reform or revolution or whatever it may be, if you're serious about it, if you're acting as a kind of a moral agent. You think what you do should meet certain minimal moral standards. You're taking that position because you think it's good for people. It's going to somehow conform. It's going to bring out and amplify and offer possibilities for their fundamental nature to express itself. Well, at that point, there's a theoretical connection, but it's pretty abstract. Because when you deal with anything as complex as human beings, you're always on the surface. In fact, we can't answer questions like this about insects. It'll be a long time, if ever, before one can have anything like scientific understanding of any questions like these. There's a very good reason to believe in innateness of moral principles, which in fact was given by David Hume, who pointed out that we're constantly making moral decisions in new situations, and we do it pretty consistently and consistently with others, which suggests that there must be some internal, he didn't put it this way, but I think we would now put it as by saying that there must be some internal generative system, obviously some finite system, because we're finite objects, that determines, given circumstances, what a reasonable moral response would be over some range. That doesn't mean that it's independent of culture. Every innate property, like height, let's say, or vision, whatever it may be, is affected by external events, usually in early childhood, that shape what we do, including our language and so on. So that would presumably be the case for moral principles as well. John Rawls picked this up in his theory of justice and gave a kind of a neo-Kantian version of it, which in its original, in the book itself, is based in part on models from generative grammar, explicitly. He came under very sharp criticism for that from philosophers, and he kind of put it aside and kept the things that interested him more. But it was picked up by a young philosopher, John Michael, in, I guess, about 15 years ago, who responded to the criticisms, I think, pretty effectively, and tried to develop something like a universal moral grammar, and initiated some experimental work with an experimental psychologist, Elizabeth Spelke, and they tried to do some studies of how children would respond to moral dilemmas, trolley-type dilemmas and others, and try to elicit some principles that might account for the way they're doing it. That was later picked up by Mark Hauser, and I understand you've been working on this, and others who've tried to show that there are culturally independent moral principles that can be formulated, sort of analogous to principles of universal grammar, that would yield the consequences that Hume observed, provide the capacity for making moral decisions presumably in principle in an unbounded range of conditions and circumstances. Doesn't mean they're always going to give an answer. Often they don't. But over some range would give answers. So I think that's a reasonable project by now, and even part of empirical science with comparative studies, cross-cultural and so on, with children and so on. Incidentally, that leaves open a question, an interesting question, as to the difference between our innate principles and what are the true moral principles. But that's a question that There's some interesting work on this by a young German philosopher, Matthias Malmann, a legal philosopher, who pointed out, among other things, that this is quite similar to problems that arise in epistemology. So we have certain methods that we use, they're instinctive, for trying to find what Charles Peirce called abductive principles without defining them. Principles that we use somehow to go from a range of evidence and a range of background knowledge to ideas about what might be the explanation for them. And that's our means of trying to advance knowledge and understanding. But it raises the same question. Maybe these are the wrong means, and they lead us away from understanding and knowledge. If so, we're stuck.
So originally, when you attacked Skinner's behaviorist model of language acquisition, you did it on the basis that the poverty of stimulus required that we had some prior faculty in our mind that allowed us to learn language from limited examples. Do you think there's a similar argument or account of a common human morality can be given? And do you have such an account, or do you have an idea of what such an account would look like?
Just to respond, if you look at that, as far as the review of Skinner was concerned, almost 95% of it was just running through claims that he was making and arguing that these are totally absurd, based on nothing. I mean, I did at the very end of the review say, look, there's another way of looking at this, which comes out of mainstream biology. Mainstream biology just takes for granted that every capacity, you know, your visual system, your ability to walk, whatever it may be, is based on some genetic property. I mean, that's not even discussed. And that's, in linguistics, it happens to be called poverty of stimulus, but it's universal. What it means is that the kind of creature you are is not determined by the inputs. Like, you can't change a human embryo into a cat embryo by changing around the nutrition in the uterus. You know, it's going to become a human being. You know, that's because it's built that way. That's just a biological truism, and it's presumably no reason to doubt that it's also true of language. I think it is. What about morality? Well, I think it's the same thing. Actually, that was pointed out by David Hume. He is, you know, the leading empiricist, but there's a lot of confusion about what empiricism is. The empiricists, like Locke and Hume and others, contrary to illusions, they believed in innate structure. And the reason is they were not idiots. I mean, of course, everything that happens comes out of in a large part out of innate structure. Well, what about morality? Hume couldn't give much of a proof, but he said, he just made some observations, which are correct. He said, look, we're constantly making moral decisions in new situations, and they're pretty consistent, and other people pretty much comprehend them, and so on. Well, if we're doing that, it must be that we have some principles that are lying behind it. And the principles can't be picked up by induction. In fact, in his view, nothing can. It's all what he called animal instinct. It's coming from animal instinct. That's what's now called genetic endowment. So genetic endowment is determining our capacity to gain knowledge, understanding, develop moral principles, and so on and so forth. And I think that's I don't see how that can be false. Well, the next problem is to try to go on and find out what they are. Well, there's plenty of work on that. That's in fact a large part of the content of classical moral philosophy. And it's picked up again in modern work. For example, John Rawls's famous theory of justice, probably the most influential work in political science, you know, political philosophy in the last century. That's what he does. In fact, he picks a linguistic model, if you look. He says our concept of justice, that part of morality, has to be just like our acquisition of language. And then he discusses parallels. And then he tries to show what the principles would be, you know, kind of original condition type thing, that what they would be. All right, you can say you got it right or you got it wrong, but that's the program. And I don't see what other program there could be. Now, there is more contemporary work, recent work, proceeding further with this. There's even empirical studies by now of children's moral judgment, comparative moral judgments in different societies, and some theoretical structure about what might lie behind them. Well, yeah, that's empirical inquiry into the nature of, into what our moral nature is. But that it must be there, I think, is pretty obvious, even from Hume's comments.
I was just wondering, how much of an effect do you think behaviorism has had on the continued question of the existence of language?
The
continued question about whether or not language exists.
Oh,
and
I understand. An overwhelming impact.
Yes.
Behaviorism can't die. It doesn't matter how often it's refuted and how fully it's refuted. It comes right back to life. It's kind of like genetic somehow. Actually, I was taught just in Toronto. I was in Toronto a couple of days ago. I was talking to a very outstanding neurolinguist who works on these, done a lot of the work on these topics. And she was telling me, not as a joke, about what happens in her introductory courses. She teaches language acquisition. In her introductory language acquisition courses, the first day, she asks kids to say, how is language acquired? She says about 100% say reinforcement and association. Yeah, I mean, it's been refuted so overwhelmingly that you don't know what to say about it. But you're absolutely right. It keeps coming back, and it's at the core of these computational cognitive science approaches. They don't call it behaviorism anymore, but it's sort of the same idea. Actually, behaviorism, in any serious sense, collapsed in the early 60s just for internal reasons. I mean, there were interesting things that happened that essentially wiped it out. So, for example, are you a psychologist? Oh, you know this stuff. Well, if those of you who are psychologists ought to know that a lot of this stuff's been forgotten, because people forget everything that isn't on the internet. But it's back around early 60s, there was a very interesting paper in Psych Review, the main psychological journal, by Keller and Nancy Breland. They're Skinner's two main students, the most loyal Orthodox students. They assumed, like everybody, that the game's all over. There's no point studying anything anymore. Everything's answered. So they went off into animal training. And in fact, they're the ones who trained all the famous animals, like, Flipper the dolphin and all the things that my kids watched. I don't know what you watch, but, and they discovered something. They discovered that when they were training an animal, they got the expected results up to a certain point, and then the results started to deteriorate. So, for example, I remember one case, they were training a pig to pick up a coin and put it in a mail slot and, get whatever pigs like, reinforced by some food. And according to the story, the pig is supposed to improve its behavior. Don't do any other things, just go more and more right to the coin, put it right in, don't waste any time, you get reinforced. And that worked up to a point. But then after that point, it turned out that the pig started rooting at the coin and delaying the reinforcement and would continue to do it up to the point where it starved. Well, what was happening is what they called instinctual drift. Pigs root, that's what they are. And they were interpreting this whole coin business, some crazy thing that the experimenter made up, as just some funny kind of rooting. And they then, over time, went back to their rooting. Well, then they started looking at all the experiments in the lab. It turned out the experiments are always terminated when this begins to happen. So you get a smooth learning curve, and then things start to go haywire, so you stop the experiment. And say the Skinner experiments were pigeons pecking. Well, it turns out there's two kinds of pecking. Pigeons peck for corn, and they also peck for water. And they look kind of alike, but they're different kinds of pecking. And the things that the pigeons were able to be trained on actually were adaptations of one or the other of these kinds of pecking. You tried to get the pigeons to do something else, you get nowhere. But if you kind of modify their instinctive behavior slightly, you can sort of fool yourself into thinking you're getting results. But before too long, the animal takes over and it's doing what it was doing. So it kind of wiped out the whole field. Later work in the mid-60s already began to discover that, I remember this happening, I was involved in it, but I remember I once gave a talk at the University of Illinois or somewhere. It was a strict behaviorist department. And, I talked kind of like this, it's 50 years ago, so different, but same idea, saying that you can't get anywhere with conditioning and reinforcement for the human behavior. So one guy got up, a very good behavioral animal psychologist, and said, how do you know it works for animals? So I said, I don't know, you guys say it works for animals, so I suppose you're right. And his name was Bill Brewer. And he got interested and he started redoing the animal experiments. And he started publishing some papers, and it turned out that the animals are getting reinforced only when they're aware of what's happening. If you set up the experiment, you can do some sophisticated experiments that distinguish cases where the animal doesn't know what's going on, and then it doesn't get any reinforcement, and reinforcement doesn't do anything. And other cases where the animal sort of sees what's going on, it gets reinforced. So his conclusion, and others too, was this is just information transmission. It's a reinforcement experiments are an odd way of providing the animal with information. I mean, you can't tell them peck when I tell you to, so you do it this other way. And there's more work that did that. But by the in more recent times, it's not even evident that conditioning exists. There is work, again, Randy Gallistel and others who've argued that it's all an artifact. It's just various ways of estimating values of variables, and the whole thing kind of collapses. But it doesn't matter. You're exactly right. No matter how much it's refuted, it's right back the next day. I mean, the debate was not about the importance of social factors. Of course, they exist. The debate was about what is taken to be contentious, but shouldn't be, the existence of innate factors. That's very commonly denied, and Foucault, in fact, was denying it. But it's just incoherent to deny it. If you deny it, then our cognitive and social behavior would be like some imagined organism, if you can imagine one, that doesn't have any genetic program that determines what kind of organism it'll be, and nothing that determines that it'll be an insect or a mouse or a human or whatever, and it therefore will be nothing. It'll be some amoeboid style reflection of accidental data. A lot of scientists have argued that, philosophers too. So Quine, for example, famously, I would say infamously, argued that language, but it would hold for, he held it for all behavior, in fact all theories, is just the result of it's a kind of an accidental collection of behaviors constructed developed through conditioning. I mean, it's essentially like saying we're all amoebas, amoeboid, not even an amoeba, because an amoeba has internal structure. It doesn't make any sense. You can't have any structure in an organism unless there's some form of predetermination. That form of predetermination will provide scope. It'll also impose limits. And there's just no way out of that. That's practically logic.
Which is your innatism
which is
the conception of innatism is innatism?
Innatism, yeah.
And also the connection of this with the rationalism.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't see innatism as an issue. I mean, everybody accepts some form of innatism. I mean, everyone agrees that humans aren't birds, let's say, when they're not rocks. And as soon as you agree with that, then you've accepted innatism, unless you believe in angels or something. We have some special innate structure that makes us humans. That's not even in doubt. There is, you could conceivably argue that we don't have any innate structure for language, but that's almost unimaginable. I mean, it's impossible to, with the most extensive effort, to teach even the tiniest rudiments of language to even higher apes, their closest relatives. And humans learn it without any evidence at all, virtually, just minimal stimulation. So it must follow that they have an extremely rich structure for language. Now again, somebody might believe, and it's been argued, that it's just our general intelligence applied to this material. But in order to make that a serious proposal, you'd have to say, okay, what are the mechanisms of general intelligence? And how are they different from those of, say, apes? And nobody can even begin to answer that question. So to question that we have a specific capacity for language, which in fact is highly restricted, to question to that is just mysticism at this point. Now, if people want to question it, okay, but it's like saying I don't believe that the law of gravity works. Or if somebody said that I don't believe that innate structure makes some cells become chickens and other ones become humans, you can't argue with them exactly. It's just, these are things that are obvious. The only interesting question is, what's the innate structure? Well, there are substantive issues, and lots of work and so on. My own feeling is it's so restricted that virtually all of language is innate, and about the only differences between languages are in parts of the lexicon, choice of words, some grammatical elements and so on, very peripheral things. That can't really be established yet, but I think there's reasonable evidence for it. As to the connection with rationalism, there's a serious question of interpretation. I mean, there is a tradition going from Plato into, say, Cartesian rationalism. And there are continuities, but there are also differences. One of the continuities has to do with innatism. Plato was concerned with very much the same problem. How can it be that we know so much when we have so little evidence? And for example, in the Meno, the Socratic dialogue is essentially a way of teasing out from the slave boy his innate knowledge of geometry. That's kind of like a thought experiment, trying to demonstrate that the slave boy who had never heard of geometry actually knew it all. And, the experiment is more or less accurate. I mean, that's what would happen under those conditions. Plato then wanted an answer, and his answer was that it's in our souls, and we remember it from an earlier existence. Well, okay, that's not entirely false. It's in our genes, actually, and it comes from previous existence, in a sense. That answer and this problem then goes right into the 17th century. And, for example, Leibniz argues that Plato's theory must be correct. There's no other way to account for knowledge. But as he put it, his theory has to be purged of the error of reminiscence. So somehow that was wrong, but he didn't have anything else to make right. Cartesian rationalism is pretty much the same. I mean, it's basically the Cartesian rationalists tried to, for example, the ones who worked on language, say the people in the universal grammar tradition that in part grew out of this, their concept of universal grammar is basically that which is in our souls, that which is there and doesn't change and so on. And they developed, not by our standards, but by the standards of the time, fairly rich theories of universal grammar. Well, this tradition then continues through German Romanticism and through the Enlightenment, and it takes various forms, and then it sort of dies out in the middle of the 19th century. And really wasn't picked up again until the middle of the 20th century, with some scattered exceptions. Well, that's rationalism. What about, under that interpretation of rationalism, this is a renewal of rationalism. However, there are other interpretations of rationalism, and you can decide what you want to look for in this tradition. It had a lot of things in it. One of the things that was in it was an attempt to deduce all the facts of the world from first principles. I mean, Cartesian rationalism is, well, you start with the cogito, and then you keep going, and you end up with all the facts about the world. Well, obviously, this isn't rationalism in that sense. So it's a question, which, out of this rich, complex tradition, which strands do you pick out? Some strands that you can pick out carry from Plato right through classical rationalism into the Enlightenment, and then on to the modern period. Other ones have been abandoned, which were quite central to them. If you look in contrast at the alternative major say the empiricist tradition, at least the classical empiricist tradition, say Hume, also was innatist. I mean, they didn't question that there was an awful lot of innate structure. Just they thought it was a different innate structure. So Hume actually specified what he thought it was. It was principles of association and similarity and an innate concept of induction. I mean, remember, after all, Hume is, everybody knows, you know, he's remembered for his paradoxes of induction, but of course he also gave an answer. His answer was that it's just animal instinct, which is what we would call innate. So in Humean psychology, which becomes modern psychology in many ways, the principles of association by similarity and contiguity and so on, and the principle of simple induction are the innate structure. Well, that's just hopelessly inadequate. In fact, if you look at the contrast between Descartes and Hume, who were maybe the two leading figures in these two, I mean, you know, a century apart, but two leading figures in this tradition, actually looked at some of the same examples and drew opposite conclusions, and crucial examples. So, for example, Descartes asks the question, rather like Plato. He says, suppose you presented a, I forget the figure, some geometrical figure, say a triangle, to a child in infancy, before the infant had had any experience. He says the child would perceive it as a triangle, which of course it isn't physically. It's always going to have a curve and a line and, you know, be some distortion of a triangle. But the child will perceive it as a distorted triangle, not as an exact image of what it is. I mean, it's some strange, indescribable figure. If I draw something on the blackboard, it'll never be a triangle. But he says the child will perceive it as a triangle, not which it isn't. It just resembles one. And he will not perceive it as what it is, because that's too complex. Hume looked at the same example and concluded that he mentioned, for him it was a straight line, but it's the same question. And he simply concluded, reasonably from his point of view, that people have no concept of a straight line. And the reason is because you can't tell the difference between a line with a slight curve in it and a straight line, so therefore by his principles, it follows that you can't have a concept of a straight line. There's a direct difference in predictions. For Descartes, you have a concept of geometrical figures, because that's the way your brain is, your mind for him is designed. Therefore, a person will see things in the world as modifications of geometrical figures. Hume, on the other hand, given his principles of innate structure, has to conclude, and is honest enough to conclude, that you just don't have a concept of a straight line. Well, we know who was right about that. In fact, even without the experiments, it was obvious at the time that Humean psychology was refuted by this fact, whereas Cartesian psychology was, if not proven, at least vindicated by it. Unfortunately, history took the other turn. It was assumed that Hume was right and Descartes was wrong, although it's obviously the opposite. And it really wasn't until the modern period that that it's become obvious to any perceptual psychologist, at least, that, of course, Descartes is right. I mean, not that anybody thinks about Descartes anymore, but the conclusion that is standard today is that, yes, obviously, the brain, no longer the mind, the brain is designed so as to identify certain kinds of figures and not others, and in fact, they're simple ones like lines and angles and so on. And that's how we construct our picture of the world, basically the Cartesian conception without Cartesian physiology and metaphysics. And nobody would take seriously Hume's proposal that we don't have a concept of a straight line. Of course we have a concept of a straight line, everybody does. Well, through this strain of the history, the modern work is rationalist. But as I say, there are other ways of looking at the history. You can think other things in it are important. I mean, you can think the proof of the existence of God is important. Okay, in that case, this obviously isn't rationalist.
Well, we have very little information about what thought is. In fact, it's not even very clear how you could have such information. But a lot of the mass of our information about thought is what we get by looking at language. So that yields the suggestion that, say, Humboldt took to an extreme, that they're the same. But again, you can introspect if you like. It's the only kind of evidence we have. It doesn't look as if they're the same. There seems to be lots of kinds of thought that just never can get articulated.
And I don't see any reason to doubt that some kind of thought is going on with with organisms that don't have language. There is, there's in computational cognitive science, there's a big enterprise, which in my view is a total waste of time, which goes back to a misreading of a very short paper by Alan Turing. Back in 1950, Alan Turing's great mathematician, and founder of modern computational science and so on. He had a paper called something like Do Machines Think? And that's led to, and he devised a test. It's now called the Turing test. He called it an imitation game. And there's been a lot of effort to try to, and what he argued is or what he's been interpreted as arguing, he didn't say it, is that if a machine means program, not a physical computer, but a program, if a program can pass this test, that'll show that it thinks. And if you're an employee of IBM, you get paid to construct Watson and other huge programs that are supposed to pass the test. They defeat people in chess or Jeopardy or something. And you can get $100,000 if you pass if you construct such a program. There's one line in Turing's paper which seems to have been ignored. What he said is, the question whether machines think is too meaningless to deserve discussion. Okay, and he's right. The question whether machines think is like asking whether submarines swim, let's say. If you want to call that swimming, yeah, they swim. If you don't want to call it swimming, they don't. But it's not a factual question. It's do humans fly? I think in Japanese they do, somebody told me, but in English they don't. But these are not factual questions. They're questions about how we want to use the word. Now, there is something going on that we loosely refer to as thought, but we don't know much about what it is. And we'll never find out as long as attention is restricted to what's accessible to consciousness. Some of you may know that there are recent experimental results showing that decisions about, say, motor action, like whether to pick this up, that the decision is actually made microseconds before you're aware of making the decision. That's been misinterpreted as an argument about freedom of will. It has nothing to do with freedom of will. What it means that decisions are made in a way that's inaccessible to consciousness. Okay, I don't think that should surprise anyone who's alive and has ever thought about what they do. But it is contrary to a widely held dogma. And I think that dogma has to collapse if we're going to learn about these things.
Going back to Aristotle, who talked about language being a relation of sound and meaning, and you kind of turned it around, saying that actually we should regard it as meaning being the primary thing and sound something secondary that externalizes what is the real thing.
It may or may not be externalized. In fact, if you just introspect for a minute, almost your entire use of language is talking to yourself.
Yes.
You can't spend 1 minute without talking to yourself. Like 99% of the use of language is internal.
But one question I was wondering about yesterday when you talked about the island sentences. When we are talking half-consciously, fully consciously, or subconsciously to ourselves, not having to externalize the things, we'll probably would disregard the island constraints. For example, like...
You see, but that's a misunderstanding of internal speech. Internal speech is actually more complex than I just said. Yeah. It's re-internalization of externalized speech. Okay. So when you're consciously thinking, you're walking down the street and thinking about something, you're thinking in the external language. Okay. Just think about it. Yeah. You can tell whether two sentences in your mind rhyme, okay, or whether one's longer than the other. That means you're using the external language, you're re-internalizing it. But the actual thinking is just not accessible to consciousness. Yeah. Remember, what we talk about, we introspect, we're talking about consciousness. But consciousness is just a superficial reflection of whatever's going on inside.
So most mental things going on are subconscious.
It just can't, not only subconscious, but inaccessible to consciousness. I mean, there's an interesting history of this. In fact, if you look through intellectual history, the idea that there is internal thought that is inaccessible to consciousness is almost never expressed. I mean, it's not even in Freud. Like if you look at Freud, he does talk about the unconscious, but kind of tacit assumption is you can bring it to consciousness.
For example, you have that principle of accessibility to consciousness in principle. So you can bring forward, you bring to consciousness.
That's a philosophical dogma,
yes,
which has absolutely no evidence and is totally incoherent when you look at it. But it's a dogma. It's considered even the criterion of the mental. You have to be able to bring it in principle to consciousness.
Yes.
Absolutely no reason to believe that. And it's almost entirely, all the evidence shows it's totally false. The language is a case in point. What we think to ourselves is re-internalized external speech. In fact, it's kind of interesting to ask the question about signers. It hasn't been studied, but the people who work on sign guess, they haven't studied it yet, that signers probably think to themselves in sign. Now, there should be ways
that would be the re-internalization
of their external system. Now, there are very subtle ways of testing things like this. Mm-hmm. So, for example, in the case of you and me, we think in spoken language. If you do very sensitive analysis of, say, the lips, you can find evidence from kind of unconscious lip. Something's going on when you're thinking, things like. And it's conceivable, if you could do the experiments properly, that if you studied the fingers of signers, that you would find some reflection of what they're thinking about in their fingers. But these are hard experiments. But something like that. But the point is that beyond this, below the level of consciousness for either signers or speakers, we've got the same things going on. There are a lot of misunderstanding of this. I mean, it shows up in a lot of domains. Recently, you may have read that there were some discoveries that if you're planning to do something, like I'm deciding to pick up this glass, before I decide to pick it up, before measure small amount of time, but before it, there's activation in the motor centers of the brain.
This again has been abused and misused in my way, in my view. For example, when you have these philosophical discussions about free will, it's been used to demonstrate that
and it doesn't show anything at all. No. All it shows is you're making the decision before you're conscious of it. Okay, yes. But this stuff gets wildly misinterpreted because of a dogma that says there's nothing beyond what's conscious, or at least in principle accessible to consciousness. And that goes way back in history. It's very hard to find anyone who questioned this.
In the philosophy of language and mind, you know that much better than I what's current, what people are writing. That's still the case. Everybody
almost
says,
100%.
Well, the mind is just about consciousness.
Or what's in principle accessible to consciousness. You get into all kind of problems because of things like what's called blind sight. It's a famous phenomenon now that with a certain kind of damage to the visual system, a special kind of damage, you get people who have this behavioral phenomenon. They look at let's say it damages half the visual system, so you can see what's on the left but not what's on the right. So you present them with a visual image and say they can't see what's on the right, where what's on the right is, let's say, a fire. And you ask the person, what do you see? And they say, I don't see anything. On the other hand, you find behavioral evidence that they're actually seeing it. They're not conscious of seeing it, but they're like they recoil or something like that. which it's called blindsight, which means that something's going on, which is...
That's the most succinct demonstration that something's
Yeah,
going
well,
on
if you take a look at the philosophical literature, there's all kind of elaborate ways of trying to get around this, but
Yes.
there's no way to get around it without going into total incoherence. But in general, the whole dogma has to be thrown out. It's an ancient dogma. It's almost unchallenged. It's really hard to find anyone in the whole history of philosophy who's ever questioned it. Maybe Jung questioned it, sort of, but in a very obscure fashion, you know. But it has a very tight grip, and it has to be thrown out. It's like the belief that, you know, of people like Poincaré and others, that if you can't see it, it can't really be there, you know.
We're interested in something like whether there are events, or whether there are properties, or whether there are mereological sums or something.
Well, let's take events, which plays a prominent role in modern semantics.
Right.
So here you can ask a lot of different questions. For one thing, you can ask whether in, say, Davidsonian semantics, where there's a lot of, or anything that developed from it, event-based semantics, whether the things, whether what are called events are internal to the mind or outside the head.
Right.
I think they're internal to the mind.
Can't they be both?
Well, they could, but then we're asking another question.
Right.
If we're asking, well, how do these things that are internal to the mind relate to something in the outside world, we'll say, okay, let's take a look at what you mean by an event. So, for example, is the American Revolution an event? Yeah, it was an important event in history. Does that event include the fact that the man who the indigenous population called the town destroyer took off a little time in the middle of the revolution to destroy the Iroquois civilization? Is that part of the event called the American Revolution? Well, not when you study it in school, you know. You want to find out about that event, you got to probably the Iroquois remember, but the ones who are left, or you've got to look at serious scholarly history. Then you find out that one part of what was going on in the event that we call the American Revolution was a side operation in 1979 to wipe out the Iroquois civilization so that the colonies could expand if they got rid of the British. Well, is that part of the event or isn't it? Well, you know, here come hard questions about what we're really going to call events in the outside world. And those questions don't have answers because they are, you know, they're highly dependent on our interests, our perspective, our goals, you know, all kinds of factors. So I don't think we're going to find external events in any sense worth pursuing for investigation of what the world is like.
Why can't these external events just be complicated objects?
It can be anything you like, but is the town destroyer's exploit part of the American Revolution or isn't it?
Well,
that event.
It
well,
sounds,
you know, it's your choice.
But
there's no answer to that.
Yeah, but now it sounds like you're saying that, well, I have representations of events, right? The representations
I have representations.
You have representations.
I have representations, some which we informally call events.
Right, but now one might ask, what on earth is a representation if it's not a representation of something?
Well, see, that's a mistake that comes from a philosophical tradition. The way the term represent is used in the philosophical tradition, it's a relation between an internal object and an external object.
Exactly.
It's not the way it's used either in ordinary speech or in the sciences. So when a perceptual psychologist, say, talks about an internal representation of, you know, a cube or something, there doesn't have to be any cube there. They're talking about something that's going on in the head. In fact, what they may be studying, and usually are studying, is a relation between things like tachistoscopic presentations and internal events. There's no cube, but nevertheless they talk about it as an internal representation. I mean, the concept internal, there's a long discussion of that in here. The concept internal representation is used in the sciences, and I think that's ordinary speech too, in ways which don't involve a relation between an internal thing and an external thing. Right. I mean, that derives from a particular interpretation of the theory of ideas, you know, which said, well, ideas represent something out there.
I should interject here.
Incidentally, I should say that that's not the interpretation of the theory of ideas that were given by the people who used it. So like, say, Hume, for example. I quote him in there. What he raises a serious empirical question. He says, it's about the nature of the terms he uses, the identity that we ascribe to things, meaning how do we individuate things?
Right.
And he asks the question, well, is this a peculiar nature common to the thing, or is it
what he calls fictitious, a construction of the mind.
Right.
And he says it's fictitious. There is
Right.
no entity, there is no common nature, there's no nature common to the thing,
but
there's a construction of the mind, which we used to talk about the world.
But he's
there's
an
not many
idealist.
things.
I mean,
no,
Hume's
he's not an idealist.
Hume is not an idealist?
No, not here. He's saying we interact. He believes there's an external world out there. There's a coffee cup on the table and so on. But he says that he's talking about the individuation of things, how we organize things, how we construct our picture of the world.
Right.
And that involves the way our minds work. And that doesn't mean the world isn't there. No, it's just what his predecessors called our cognoscitive powers, which use the data of sense to construct an account of the world. And he's saying, well, you want to look at the identity of things, the identity that we ascribe to things, like what makes us call something a book or an event and so on. He's saying, well, it's fictitious in the sense that it's a construction of the mind based on the data of sense. That's not an idealist position. In fact, that's the position of modern science.
Because people will call you a crypto-idealist.
Well, then they're misunderstanding what idealism is.
Okay. Let me, there's an issue that I wanted to get to here, and this involves the thing we mentioned about representations and whether a representation requires there being something that it is a representation of. Now, in a very important and somewhat influential book by Saul Kripke, there's a revival of the sort of Wittgensteinian argument about rule following. Let me just read the relevant passage here. So in that book, Kripke says, if statements attributing rule following are neither to be regarded as stating facts nor to be thought of explaining our behavior, it would seem that the use of the idea of rules and competence in linguistics needs serious reconsideration, even if these notions are not rendered meaningless. Now, I know you've
I've written
on that in Knowledge of Language.
The crucial word is if.
Right.
Okay, and beyond, and the fact is that in the sense in which the term rule is used for thousands of years, in fact, in the study of language, it's not the kind of rule he had in mind. So if you read a book, you study Latin, let's say, or you studied it 1,000 years ago, they would have a rule that tells you, when to use the ablative case or something.
Right.
That's not a rule in Wittgenstein's sense. It's a description of a part of the language.
Right.
So the questions about rule following just don't arise.
But we don't need to get hung up on rules and so forth.
But that's what he's talking about.
I understand that, but in a certain sense he's talking about any sort of computational state. So take just a computer, right? Forget about human beings for a second.
See, computers are a different story.
Okay.
Let's take an insect.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
See, why aren't these questions asked about insects?
Right.
I mean, insects, when you study insects, you attribute to them computational states.
Right.
Is that a problem? I mean, is it not real? Like if you say that an insect is doing, determining the position of the sun as a function of the time of year and time of day, and here's the computation it's using, why isn't that science?
That would be, but the argument would be that the reason you can get away with that is because you're talking about what the representations that you're attributing to the insect are externalistically anchored. That is, you couldn't do it unless you had an embedded system.
That's not true. You could do it in an experimental situation in which you have a light, and in fact, if you knew how to do it, you could do it by stimulating the external sensory organs of the insect. It would all be interior. And there doesn't have to be a sun there. No, it's just that, you're talking about it the way it happens actually in the real world, but the same thing, you would say the same thing in an experimental setting where you don't have an external world.
Well,
because you're talking about the internal construct computations of the insect on the occasion of sense.
Notice
doesn't matter what's out there.
Notice the shift there, though, because you went from saying you don't need the sun in the experimental setting to saying you don't. You could run the experiment in a world that didn't have the sun, and that's a different story, right?
No, it's not a different story. The point is, if you look at what insect scientists are studying, they're studying what 17th century philosophers used to call the constructions of the mind on the occasion of sense.
Right.
Now it happens that in the world that they're looking at, the occasions of sense happen to be related to the fact that there's something 93 million miles away.
Right.
But the study could go on as if it's what Hillary called a brain in a vat. The studies are internalist because we don't know anything else to study.
But this is disputed, right? I mean, there is this dispute about David Marr, right? I mean, there's two stories on this. Tyler Burge and Martin Davis, for example, argue that Marr is sort of fraught with externalist sort of.
Yeah, but they're just misreading him.
Okay.
I mean, in fact, I have to know Mar personally, but I mean, I'm sure if he was here, he would say this. If you look at the informal exposition in Mar's vision, let's say, book vision, you look at the informal exposition, in order to motivate what he's doing, he says, well, you know, imagine, an elephant or something, or anything like a stick figure, and you're trying to, we want to know how that thing out there is interpreted by the visual system as, some three-dimensional object.
Right.
However, if you look at the experimental procedures of Mar, they didn't have elephants out there. In fact, what they were using was tachistoscopes. So they were having, dots on screens. And if they had known how to stimulate the optic nerve, they would have done that. When you go from the informal exposition to the actual science, you see that, like everything else, it's a study of the internal nature of the beast. And in fact, they would have loved to get to the point where they could tell you something about how you identify an elephant, but they never got anywhere near that. However, even if they did, it wouldn't matter whether the elephant is there or not. It would matter what sensory, what's the occasion of sense. Again, the 17th century formulation of this was, I think, quite appropriate. On the occasion of sense, the cognoscitive, it sounds archaic, but the cognoscitive powers of the mind construct complicated internal structures which have all sorts of properties, Gestalt properties, what Hume later called the identity that we ascribe to things and so on, and that looks correct. And that's the way modern science looks at it. The fact that the informal expositions, to sort of motivate what you're doing, talk about identifying objects in the outside, that's fine, but you have to know how to distinguish informal expositions from the actual scientific program. And if you look at the actual program, they never looked at things outside, aside from tachistoscopic images, because they're as close as you can get to the occasion of sense.
How can organized matter have these properties? Well, on that question, progress has been essentially zero. We don't know we have nothing to say about how organized matter can have such properties as the creative aspect of language use. In that respect, we're exactly as much in the dark as the Cartesians were. It's not that matter and mind are different kinds of things. That can't be, because there doesn't seem to be any such kind of thing as matter. So therefore, matter and mind can't be different kinds of things, there being no matter. So they're not different kinds of things, but if we think of those terms as descriptive conveniences, describing certain aspects of the world, namely humans above the neck versus everything else, then it seems that matter and mind pose different kinds of problems to human intelligence. That appears to be the case. Maybe that'll be shown to be wrong. Like there was a time when electricity and magnetism, and for that matter universal gravitation, also posed total mysteries. And maybe we just haven't learned enough. But for now, it seems reasonable to suppose that matter and mind, though not different kind of things, do pose different kind of problems to human intelligence. Well, if that turns out to be true, it would not be in the least surprising to a naturalist. Remember, a naturalist perspective assumes that humans are just part of the world, not angels. They're just another thing in the world. If they're a thing in the world, they're going to have certain cognitive capacities, like rats. I mean, a rat can do certain things and it can't do other things. I mean, it's very lucky for a rat that it can't do lots of things, because if it wasn't incapable of doing lots and lots of things, it wouldn't be capable of doing anything. There's a logical relation between scope and limits. If you have the capacity, if you don't lack the capacity to do many things, you can't have the capacity to do anything. Very simple reason. The capacity to do something requires articulated structure. And if you have articulated structure, it's going to rule out all sorts of other things. I mean, the point is obvious in the case of physical growth. An embryo has particular genetic instructions, very rich genetic instructions, which are going to allow it to become a chicken. But that very structure is going to prevent it from becoming a monkey. Okay? So lucky for a chicken that it lacks the capacity to become a monkey,
because if it didn't lack that capacity, it couldn't become a chicken. And the same thing, assuming a naturalist, assuming that the world doesn't change somehow when you move to cognitive function, the same thing's going to be true about cognitive function. So rats happen to be very good at solving what are called radial mazes. A thing like this, where you stick the rat in the middle, and it's got food out here. These are kind of like spokes of the wheel, and the trick is to learn how to go down each path exactly once. Like, remember, you didn't move down that path before. And in order to make it as hard as possible, the experimenter will rotate the thing so the rat can't be using olfactory cues, remembering he smelled his way down there or something. Rats turn out to solve that very fast, probably faster than humans. So they're really good at radial mazes, but they're horrible at other mazes. So, for example, I don't know if you take, say, a right, left maze, turn right, turn left, turn left. Rats can't. I think they can't do it at all. But if they can, it's certainly extremely hard. Humans can do it quite easily. If you were to, say, set up a prime number maze where a rat has to turn right every prime number of branch points, obviously the rat would never do it in a million years. And the reason is it just doesn't have that concept. It doesn't have that concept in its head. A rat can do a lot of things we can't do. Like it can build a nest and find its way home and solve radial mazes and all sorts of things because it has special capacities. But it can't do things like a right, left maze, which humans can do. And as I say, it's kind of lucky for a rat that it can't do all these things because that means it has the structure to do other things. Well, if humans are part of just to introduce some terminology, we might distinguish for a rat between what we could call problems and let's call it mysteries. And by problems for a rat, I mean areas of challenges, say intellectual challenges, that can in principle be resolved within the rat's cognitive space. It's got the concepts for it. It may take a long time, but it's got the concepts for it. By mysteries, I mean things that are just outside its cognitive space altogether, like a prime number maze or probably a right, left maze. Okay, the analogy in say embryology would be that becoming a chicken is a problem for a chicken embryo. Becoming a monkey is a mystery. It just hasn't got the capacity to do it. You can't change the nutritional environment of the cell in order to make a chicken a monkey. Actually, nobody knows that. It's just taken for granted. I mean, rational people looking at the world just assume that. They have no real knowledge of it, to explain it. It's just sort of so obvious that nobody even talks about it. I'll come back to that fact because it's interesting that in the study of cognitive development, people aren't rational that way, the way they are in embryology. That's part of the epistemological dualism I'll come back to. Anyhow, in the areas where we can all be rational without too much trouble, like chicken embryos and rats, the distinction between problems and mysteries is quite clear. Notice it doesn't have to be a sharp distinction. It could be graded, and there could be all sorts of other dimensions and so on. But as a first approximation, it makes sense to distinguish these two categories. And it may even be very sharp. Well, if humans are part of the natural world, the same is going to be true of humans. That is, there'll be problems, there'll be mysteries. There'll be intellectual challenges that are within our cognitive reach, at least in principle. And there'll be others that are just not within our cognitive reach, in principle. And if that is true, if there are certain things we can't understand, we should be very happy about it, because that's a consequence of the fact that we can't understand anything at all, okay, for just reasons of logic, the same as a chicken embryo. Well, in theory, we can find out something about this. I mean, looking at ourselves from abstracting from our skins and looking back at ourselves, we could carry out an investigation that might set the boundaries of those things. For example, we might discover that there are certain kinds of intellectual constructions that humans are capable of setting up. Like humans, if you look at science, let's say, there are certain ideas that keep cropping up. Like we can study input-output systems. We can study deterministic systems. We can study probabilistic systems. We can study systems with a random element. There's a number of things we can do. And if something can be put into those frameworks, we can deal with it. On the other hand, it may very well be that the creative aspect of language use just doesn't have those properties. It's an aspect of the world that just lacks those properties, exactly as the Cartesians thought, in which case it would just be a mystery for us. Free will, in other words. The same might be true of the problem of consciousness. In fact, all the old chestnuts, you know, all the questions everybody's been worrying about for thousands of years, where you never make any progress at all. I mean, literally zero. People don't even have bad ideas about it. Like on some areas, you have bad ideas. But in these topics, you don't even have bad ideas. It just looks like you're bumping into a blank wall. I mean, you know as well as you know anything that you're aware of some things, not of others. You know as well as you know anything that you have a range of freedom of choice of action. You can choose other than what is impelled by you. You know that the Cartesians were right in saying that whereas a machine is compelled, a human is only incited and inclined and could decide to resist those inclinations. You just know that as much as you know anything. And it just looks like a total mystery. There isn't any idea, however bad, as to how that might happen. I mean, there are ideas about, you know, quantum mechanics and so on, but they don't even reach the level of bad ideas because they always introduce random elements. And we know that this is not random. It's no more random than it's determined. It's somehow appropriate, but not random. In fact, it's just uncaused. Not uncaused in the sense of random, but uncaused in the sense of undetermined but appropriate. And what that means, nobody has any idea. We can recognize it. We have no problem recognizing it. We can pick it out all the time, you know. In fact, pretty easily. We have the foggiest idea what it is. Well, it could be that we're facing something like right, left maze for a rat. In other words, it could turn out to be true that the domain of the mental for humans is just a mystery, and hence not metaphysically different, because there are no metaphysical differences, but epistemologically different, part of our mystery space, not our problem space. There's actually a book coming out by an Oxford philosopher now at Rutgers named Colin McGinn, who arguing that it's in press, that philosophy is just the study of mysteries in this sense. That's why philosophy is hard, because it's the study of mysteries. You can never make any progress. Actually, there's a traditional view of philosophy which would make this almost tautological. One traditional view of philosophy is that it was what's called the mother of the sciences, meaning things are philosophy as long as you don't understand them. As soon as you begin to understand them, they become science. Then philosophers don't worry about them anymore. So in the contemporary period, say, people like John Austin, Oxford philosopher, strongly advocated that. And the person who developed the theory of speech acts. And he argued that he was a Oxford philosopher, but he said what he was working in was pre-science, the theory of speech acts. And whenever it came to be understood enough, it would go off and become part of the sciences, and then they wouldn't talk about it in Oxford common rooms anymore. They'd really work on it, you know. Well, if that's what philosophy is, if it's the mother of the sciences, then by definition it's the study of mysteries, you know. So its problems really are kind of hard in some special sense. Now, notice that what's a mystery for a rat may not be a mystery for us, and conversely. So the notion of problem and mystery is organism dependent. It's just a fact about particular organisms. Okay, so it's really problem and mystery sub we're some organism. There's no absolute sense in which something's a mystery, presumably. Like, it could be a Martian for whom what's a mystery to us is trivial. Maybe he's watching us all the time and wondering why we always make the same dumb mistake when we study mental phenomena, just as we can watch a rat and wonder why it always makes the same dumb mistake when it's running a right, left maze. And things that are mysteries to the Martian might be trivial to us. There's no commensurability necessary in this space. But nevertheless, it's something like that. Something like that has to be true from a naturalistic point of view. That is, again, if humans aren't angels, if they're part of the natural world, then this is going to be true. Now, we don't know what the boundary is, but we know it's there.
Every time I hear about your assertion that certain principles of language are innate, I can't get over my response that that seems an explanation of sorts of last resort, and I keep wanting to say instead that we have not yet figured out how we can extract those principles from experience. And
that's a common reaction, and I think it's an interesting fact that people have that reaction. So it's very, in fact, what you're saying is very characteristic, and it's an interesting fact about the intellectual culture, which goes back hundreds of years. And notice that you have, I assume, you would have a very different reaction to say, let me ask you the following question. Suppose that, as far as I'm aware, nobody knows anything about the biological factors involved in puberty. Okay. Now suppose that somebody comes along and says, and also as far as I'm aware, every developmental biologist assumes that puberty is basically programmed. I mean, it'll happen, or when it'll happen can be affected by nutritional level or something, and so on. Suppose somebody came along and said, well, that's an explanation of last resort. It really results from peer pressure, but we just haven't figured it out yet. I mean, it really results from the fact that, these young people, 10 years old, see their friends going through puberty and they want to be like everyone else, and that's why they're doing it. Okay, well, that's conceivable. Now, the point is, when you make that proposal, everybody laughs. Now, the question is, what's the difference? Why do we think it's ridiculous in one case and plausible in the other case? As far as I know, the evidence is about the same. In fact, the evidence for innate structure is probably better for things above the neck, because there we're not in total ignorance. You actually have some strong proposals about the innate principles and some explanatory force to them, too. So by the standards of the sciences, at least, we have more reason to believe in the innate principles above the neck than below the neck. And in fact, they also did in the 17th century. The one case that I mentioned, if you go through it more, it's more convincing, about Descartes and Hume, is an example of that. There were some phenomena around. Everyone agreed on the phenomena. There was very strong evidence by the criteria of the sciences to take Descartes' solution, that it's innate. That's why it happens. Nevertheless, the long-term consequences were acceptance of Hume's solution with its self-refutation that we don't have the concept of a straight line. Now, I think that reflects that same strange intuition that people have. Above the neck, we insist that everything's got to be experienced. Below the neck, we're quite willing to accept the idea that everything is the way any rational person would think. If you have things that happen without information, it must be coming from inside. And I think the question is, why the dualism? Well, if there were any rational support for it, you could look at that argument, but there isn't any. What it comes down to is exactly the feeling that you express, and that's the standard opinion. So we have to ask a question about irrational attitudes. Why this particular irrational attitude? And that's what it is. And you could have various speculations about it. My frank opinion is that it's a reflection of a kind of something which also showed up in traditional dualism. So I mean, as humans, it's very natural to think of people as having a mind and a body which are separate. And the problem about how to connect them. Traditional mind-body dualism was very commonsensical. I think that probably is the way we think about people. That's why we would regard someone as being the same person if their body underwent all, what we call their body underwent all sorts of changes, but we would think of them as a different person if you recoded their brains and they had somebody else's memories and language and thoughts and so on. Okay, that's just the way we look at people, and it's very hard to get out of it. Just like it's very hard to look at the sun setting and to tell yourself it's not setting, the earth's turning. I mean, you sort of know that at some level, but there's no way for you to look at that and stop seeing it as the sun setting. You just can't. And I think when we look at people, it's extremely hard for us to look at them and not see them as minds inside bodies. Well, traditional dualism, metaphysical dualism, collapsed for scientific reasons. But that doesn't mean we can get out of our skins. We still look at people this way. And I think what has replaced traditional dualism is a kind of an epistemological dualism, which comes out pretty much like this. It says, below the neck, I mean that metaphorically, like, you know, on the things that people call physical. We're willing to pursue the methods of the sciences. And if they lead us to conclude that things are internally programmed, we'll accept it. Above the neck, we're going to be completely irrational. We're going to insist on what we would never dream of in the case of things that fall on our side of the intuitive boundary physical. And I think that's probably correct. I don't see any other way of explaining this strange phenomenon for the last several hundred years, that the very same kind of evidence, in fact even better evidence than that which would make us laugh about puberty and peer pressure, has made people think we can't do that in the case of mental activity. If there's another explanation, I don't know it, but I think we're in the domain of trying to account for irrational human beliefs.
As far as we know, human cognitive capacities have not changed for at least 50,000 years, when humans are some small group of hunter-gatherers left Africa and spread all over the world. We're all their descendants. I mean, maybe a little more complex than that, but not a lot more. Now, we know that pretty well. It's like, you know, it's not that anyone understands the biological nature of it, but there's very strong evidence. So, for example, if you take an infant from some tribe in Papua New Guinea that hasn't had other human contact for 40,000 years, and that's a possibility, and you take that infant and you bring it to Oslo and raise it from infancy in Oslo, it'll be indistinguishable from the people studying physics in Oslo University. It has the same cognitive capacities. And conversely, you take an infant from here and put it in that tribe in Papua New Guinea, it'll be able to do all the complex cognitive tasks that they can solve, but that you and I couldn't possibly solve. We couldn't survive there for a week. You know? So it looks from evidence like, from evidence like that, which is maybe not conclusive, but is certainly powerful, it seems that cognitive capacities just haven't changed. In fact, humans are genetically very much alike as compared with other species. And it's not surprising because there's apparently a common origin not very long ago. 50,000 years is nothing in evolutionary time. It's an eye blink. So chances are that whatever the cognitive capacities were 50,000 years ago, they still are. Of course, they have to be brought out like other innate capacities. They have to be elicited by experience, but they're there, you know. And I think that's, Hume wasn't thinking about evolution, of course, but when he talked about the common faculties that are given by the original hand of nature, I think must be what he meant. I mean, these were real problems in the 17th and 18th century. Remember that at the time of the early scientific revolution, that was also the time of the first real explorations. And explorers were finding all sorts of creatures that didn't look like Europeans, like Negroes and orangutans and so on. And they weren't sure how to distinguish them. So which ones, are some of them human or not? If you're a Cartesian rationalist, there's a sharp distinction between human and non-human. Cartesian rationalism is incompatible with racism. It's a point that historian of philosophy Harry Bracken has discussed at length. You can't be a rationalist and a racist. You either have a mind or you don't have a mind. And if you have a mind, it's the same. There's only one, so that's it. You can't. Empiricists, on the other hand, could be racist because you can have different properties. And these were hotly debated issues in the 17th and 18th century. They couldn't figure out what those other creatures were. Were they humans or weren't they? If they were, did they have rights? And if so, what rights? And so on. But of course, that's long past. And now there's just humans were apparently essentially all alike. And there could be a study of what our common cognitive capacities are. In fact, it's studied quite a lot. So when you study what the way, say, infants determine the continuity of objects, on the basis of very scattered data, you're essentially asking the kinds of questions that Descartes asked. Descartes actually, people don't, unfortunately, philosophers these days tend only to read the Meditations. But that's not Descartes. In fact, that was kind of propaganda. He even pointed that out. The famous letter he wrote to his friend Mersenne, where he said that the point of the Meditations is to try to convince the Jesuits to take his physics seriously. That's what he really cared about. When he wrote Principles of Philosophy, that means Principles of Science, that's the real stuff. And in that work, and in the optics and other things, he posed very interesting questions. He didn't carry out the experiments, but he carried out thought experiments, very much the way Galileo did. But if he carried them out, they'd probably come out his way. So like one was to ask the question, they said, imagine an infant who has had no experience with geometrical figures, okay? Which in fact is every infant, because geometrical figures don't exist in nature, just some other things. But so take an infant with no experience with geometrical figures, present that infant with a triangle drawn on paper. He said what the infant will perceive is a distorted triangle, not a perfect instance of whatever crazy figure it is, with the two lines not quite coming together, and one of them somewhat curved, and so on. And he regarded that as kind of paradoxical. Why should that be true? And if you're a thoroughgoing empiricist, you shouldn't permit that conclusion. In fact, since the conclusion is almost certainly correct, it's an easy refutation of standard empiricism. And his conclusion, Descartes' conclusion, was, well, we must have some innate system of, he would assume, Euclidean geometry, which we impose on data to yield our understanding, in fact, our perception. And there's quite a lot of work in the speculation and through the 18th and 17th century on how this could be, and the basic ideas are probably correct. There's now a lot of experimental work and with infants and comparative work investigating it. And that is at the beginnings of work trying to find out what our cognitive capacities are. There's also work on something like rudimentary science forming, how do children develop a concept that the world acts in some rational fashion. A lot of this developed out of Piaget's work, even though it doesn't stand up as he presented it. That kind of work has been pursued.
The key evolutionary development that produced language was actually rather simple and quick, and that really the fundamental idea of language may come down to one or two things, something I think you've embodied in the minimalist principle, something called merge, which we may get to. But maybe you want to explain why you think that from an evolutionary perspective.
Well, actually, there's a huge literature on something called evolution of language, which is a very curious phenomenon. For one reason, because the subject doesn't exist. Languages don't evolve. They may change, but they don't evolve. What evolves is the capacity for language. That's quite a crucial difference. The capacity for language is something in your head, every human head. Now, we know a few things about the evolution of this capacity, very little. One thing which we know with a high degree of confidence is that the capacity for language is identical or virtually identical across all humans. So, for example, if you take an infant from a tribe in Papua New Guinea, which hasn't had contact with other humans for 40,000 years, which is possible, and you bring that infant here to Phoenix, it'll grow up exactly like children in Phoenix. It'll speak the same language, it'll become a quantum physicist, whatever, maybe, if it's unlikely. And conversely, now humans left our ancestors began to leave East Africa maybe 50, 60,000 years ago. So what that tells us is in that period, there has been no evolution of the language capacity. It's exactly what it was then.
and maybe some time before. Now, the second fact, which is a plausible speculation rather than firmly established, is that if you go back shortly before that, there's no evidence for language at all. The evidence in this case is archaeological, and what it shows is that there's a kind of a sudden burst of creative activity in one line of the many hominin species that were around, our ancestors. And you see it in the construction of complex tools and evidence for the existence of complex social organizations, symbolic representation, even pretty fantastic symbolic art, measurement of celestial events, maybe by phases of the moon and so on. All of this happens in a very short time from an evolutionary point of view. It may be roughly, say, 75,000 years ago, plus or minus. Now what that tells you is that whatever this capacity is that distinguishes humans from other organisms must have developed very quickly and therefore must have been very simple. In fact, what it suggests is that what's in the mind is basically something like kind of like a snowflake. It takes a complex form, but just by virtue of the laws of nature, not because of some evolutionary process. That's just the way it has to be because of the way nature works. Now, a language is a computational system. A very unusual feature of human language, very unusual within the whole biological world, is it has a property called discrete infinity. So there's a 6-word sentence, there's a 7-word sentence, but there's no 6.5-word sentence, and it goes on indefinitely. That's different from almost anything in the biological world. Now, such systems are understood by mid-20th century, thanks to the work of Turing, Gödel, others. The general theory of computation involving such systems was quite well understood. And that suggests to us that that's exactly what emerged sometime, say roughly 75,000 years ago, and all of the diversity and complexity of language must somehow either derive directly from that or be peripheral to language, like the way in which it's articulated by the mouth. The sensory motor system has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and our effort to take this internal snowflake and get it out of your mouth is a complicated process, and it's pretty well understood by now that that's where that external process, really peripheral to language, is where the complexity and diversity of language resides. Also, its mutability, that changes quite easily. When you learn a language, that's what you learn. You don't learn the internal principles that determine the meaning and structure of expressions. One of the reasons you don't learn that is there's no data for it. The child is not presented with any evidence for that. What you are presented with evidence for is things like pronunciation, word order, what are morphological paradigms. Do you express plural or don't you express it? Things like that. That's what you have to learn, but it's all external to language. The internal part, what probably evolved, say, in that brief window, must be something extremely simple and invariant. Same for all language.
What do you think, behaviorally speaking, humans primarily are? That is, do you think we have a sort of Hobbesian human nature or a plastic human nature or something else? Because this seems to, when you hear either conservatives or liberals or people on the far right or far left discuss what kind of policies and what kind of economics and what we should have, how we should deal with the rest of the world, it usually often comes back, at least to justify their opinions, it always comes back to, well, this is what humans are, and this is therefore more natural for us to do A, have a capitalist society, or B, have a socialist society. What do you think is the basic human nature or do you think that we have a basic human nature?
I believe that we are part of the natural world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, we have a nature.
Our genetic endowment determines substantially what our nature is. In fact, if you look at the growth of any organism, us, bees, yeast, whatever you like, there are actually three factors that enter into its growth and development. One is its genetic constitution, another is environmental effects, and a third is just the way laws of nature work, which turns out is a major effect. And the inquiry into biological organisms takes all of those into account, or should. As for our the human nature, the genetic endowment that we essentially share, very little is known about it. I mean, it's just a really hard question. And as I mentioned in our earlier discussion, a lot of the ways of studying it are excluded simply because we don't allow invasive experimentation. It's hard enough to learn about insect nature, where we allow ourselves anything. And they're much simpler organisms. So what do we know about human nature? Well, most of our knowledge comes from history, experience, literary exploration, and so on. That's what our knowledge comes from. What does it tell us? It tells us that, of course, humans are partially plastic. Like, I don't speak Swahili, for example, so we're partially plastic. On the other hand, there has to be an enormous uniformity at a level right below the surface. And what we see on the surface is a wide range of possibilities. I mean, we see people who are acting in a beastly fashion. We see others who are kind of sacrificing their lives to save dolphins.
One of the sciences, and I'm not sure if it would be categorized a hard science or a soft science, or it's an emerging science, evolutionary psychology. People like E.O. Wilson and Steven Pinker have come around and said they understand what human nature is, and it's based on this new science. Are you saying then that they're either still just guessing, or do they have some scientific backing that, from what you have, if you've read any of their work?
Yes, I know their work, and I know a lot of them. What's now called evolutionary psychology was in fact initiated about over a century ago, by Peter Kropotkin, the anarchist thinker and naturalist, who wrote a book called Mutual Aid, a Factor in Evolution. And in it, he investigated, he was basically trying to counter social Darwinists. He was Darwinist himself, and he argued by looking at a lot of naturalistic phenomena, other animals, human history, and so on. He argued that if you look at it, you discover that mutual aid had provided a selectional advantage, and therefore organisms had evolved through selection, including humans, to be deeply committed to one or another form of mutual aid. Well, that's not what elite opinion wants to hear. They want to hear some other story. So therefore, Kropotkin's form of evolutionary psychology essentially disappeared. It's been revived to some extent. The modern state of evolutionary psychology, it's not that there's no science there at all. There's some, like say kin selection is real, reciprocal altruism is real, a couple other things are real, but very little is known. It's thin. This is not physics, and it's not molecular biology, it's not chemistry. It's largely guesses. It's a worthwhile topic to pursue. I think it's a fine topic to pursue. In fact, that's where my own professional work is in particular areas. But scientists particularly should be very cautious about deluding the public to think that they know more than they do. Science is held in enormous respect for good reasons, and therefore scientists have a responsibility to make very clear, here's what we know and here's what we don't know. And what we know in these areas happens to be extremely thin, not because they're not good scientists, but because the questions are too hard.
Yeah, is there such a thing as human nature? Or are the groups or the people who deny the possibility of such a thing, which includes a great many Marxists, correct in denying that there's any such thing as human nature?
Well, either there is such a thing as human nature, or humans are angels from another planet or another universe. I mean, any organism that exists in the organic world has a nature. That's what distinguishes it from other organisms. So we're different from
insects, we're different from apes, and so on and so forth. And that can either be because we're like other organisms and we have some kind of a nature, or it's because maybe God implanted us in the world or something like that. Those are the two options. Now, you're absolutely right about Marx. People call themselves Marxists. In fact, even well-known Marxists like Gramsci say that there's no nature, human nature, there's just history. If you can find a couple of phrases like that in Marx. They can't have meant what they said. What they probably meant was human nature can take many different exemplifications depending on circumstances, which is of course true. The same is true of insects. But this has become a kind of a slogan. It's considered sort of it's considered that if you, on the left, or what's called the left, that if you deny that there's any human nature, you're in favor of change. If you say there is a human nature, you got to be reactionary, because you're saying, people have to be rotten and have slaves and so on. There's nothing like that. In fact, if you take a look at Marx, who they pay fealty to, he was a dedicated believer in human nature. In fact, he took most of his ideas right out of the Enlightenment and the Romantic period where he lived. And he carried them over. That's his concept of alienation, for example, and somehow your fundamental nature is a need for creative work under your own control. If it's dominated by others, you get alienated labor. The whole story comes out of that. It's based on a conception of human nature. Is there any evidence for it? Well, let's take the real study. Let's assume we're not angels. Okay, we're organisms. So therefore, there is human nature. Okay, then we try to discover what it is. Well, we do it the way we discover what bee nature is. It's much harder. We're much more complicated organisms. And unlike other organisms, we can't do direct experiments. But if you want to study the parts of human nature that have to do with the issues that matter in human affairs, you can't do anything much in the way of comparative evidence because humans are just different. There isn't much in the way of comparative evidence. Some, but it's pretty thin. And what there is, at an evolutionary distance of 12, 15 million years. It's a long time. Other animals have changed and we've changed. So you just don't get much. There's some comparative evidence, but not much. Direct experimental evidence, yes, there's some in some areas. Like take, say, language, where I work. Yeah, there's quite a lot of evidence there, and that it's a unique human property. There's nothing remotely like it in the animal world, as far as we know. But you can learn a lot about it, because it's kind of isolated, and you can separate it from other things. Actually, many of the questions you'd like to ask about language are beyond experiment, the traditional questions. Like, for example, how you and I are doing what we're now doing. How are we able to produce freely new expressions that have maybe new ideas that have never been expressed, and if you say it, I understand it, and so on and so forth. What's sometimes called the creative aspect of language use, which was a big topic, and in the tradition. Descartes, Rousseau, Humboldt, others, but we don't know. We can't study that. We can study the mechanisms that enter into it, but not much about as soon as you get to choice and decision and so on, you're kind of at sea. But there are a lot of topics you can study. There are many that are beyond what we know how to study, but there's got to be a nature. Otherwise, we're kind of like either we're angels or kind of like amoebas. Anything that happens to us just shapes us, and we become some shapeless form of it.
Otherwise, a baby could grow up to be a penguin.
Yeah, something. Yeah, exactly. Like there's a huge debate about whether there's an innate language faculty. Well, the answer to that is so trivial that you have to wonder who's asking the question. Like if, say, my granddaughter and her pet, a chimp or songbird or whatever, have exactly the same data, how come my granddaughter picks out of the data something that's language related, reflexively, of course, and then again reflexively ends up doing what you and I are doing, whereas the other animals don't even take the first step? Well, it's either a miracle or she's got a language faculty. There's no other option. But there's a huge debate about that, even among people called scientists. People are extremely rational about themselves for some reason. But yes, there has to be a human nature. If there wasn't, you know, it's stuff, it's inconceivable, and we can try to find out what it is. Well, you know, on issues that really matter to us, the sciences don't tell us very much. Let me tell you a little. So, for example, why are people, say, altruistic? Why do you help others? Okay, there's some evidence from biology. Most of it just sort of gives some basis for what you know anyway. So people tend to be more caring for their children than for their cousins, let's say. Okay, you can give a story about kin selection, you know, the genes that get proliferated and so on. It tells you something. I mean, it doesn't tell you why people on Cape Cod go into icy waters and storms to try to rescue stranded dolphins. You know, no kin relation, you know, but they do it, you know. And it doesn't tell you why they spend huge effort in doing that, but don't care about a kid starving across the street, you know. They don't tell you why you take care of your stepchildren, you know, where you know they're stepchildren. I mean, so yeah, it tells you something. And there are some, there's one category, reciprocal altruism, worked on by Robert Trivers, a very good biologist, which actually has some interesting results. You know, you help somebody else, they help you, you know, so on. Most things you just have to rely on what we call intuition, you know, meaning introspection, experience, you know, evidence of history, whatever they may be. And you can get some, you know, not vacuous speculations about what human beings are like.
What's the utility of the view that there is no human nature that causes it to be widespread, particularly on the left?
The utility is that you can convince yourself, if you're sufficiently irrational, that that means we can introduce changes. Incidentally, these views are extremely popular among a segment of the left, the Leninist segment. They may deny it. But these views are useful for people who want to be managers. If there's no human nature, then if I control people, there's no moral barrier to it. Because if there's no human nature anyway, I can determine what they should be, and of course I'm completely benevolent because there's no human nature for other people, there is for me. So I'm benevolent, and I know what's right, and therefore I can kind of help these amoebas to turn into good things instead of bad things. It's a very convenient doctrine for the managerial class.
There are people who will respond to the idea of justice, equity, fairness, people controlling their own lives, and they'll say, oh yeah, it sounds nice, but human nature precludes it. Human nature is such that, and I'm talking about, you know, caring people who will just say, yeah, of course I'd like to live in a better world like that, but it's like asking a tree to fly. It's not possible because there is a human nature, and human nature is such that it precludes the possibility of that kind of situation and yields instead what we see all around us and what we've seen through history. How would you try to talk to counter, to address that kind of view, which is very widespread?
Well, two ways. First, the way you try to evaluate any factual statement. Right, you made a factual claim. Back it up. Do you have scientific basis for it? Do you have evidence for it? Well, you know,
they're going to say, my evidence is all over. I have a history of, well, that's what they're going to say. I have a history of suffering and conflict and
you have a history
denial,
of benevolence, and you know, dedication to improving things. Yeah, history tells you all kinds of things. It doesn't tell you what you want. Same history can tell you the opposite if you want. So you're picking out of history certain features which happen to have an interesting consequence. They prevent you from doing anything. They're very self-serving. I mean, if nothing can be changed, then it's fine if you just want to be Ayn Rand or something. But you have no evidence for it. Because if you take a look at history, you can just as well find the opposite. You can show in history that Kropotkin was right in saying that mutual aid is a factor in evolution. Yeah, okay, it's as good as the evidence to the contrary. So you take the range of history and experience and so on, and you can pick out something that will justify you in just looking out for number one, or you can take something that would justify you in devoting yourself to the welfare of others. It's your choice, but you can't claim any argument from history. In fact, if you really take arguments from history seriously, you know, we could argue about how seriously you should do it, but there is something noticeable. I mean, there is a tendency throughout history towards more and more commitment to justice, equity, and freedom. And you see it pretty clearly. And we even see it in our own lifetimes. Like take, say, you know, women's rights, rights of minorities, concern over future generations, the environmentalist movement. That was very limited 40 or 50 years ago. Now it's quite broad. You go back further, say, the right to vote, you know, right to associate, the right of freedom of speech, you know. By and large, rights, there has been it is regression, you know, a lot of horrible things, but one pretty noticeable tendency in history is towards more freedom and justice and equity.
But the interesting thing, actually one of the interesting things is that when people engage in antisocial behavior, they have to, and routinely do, act as though that's not what they're doing. They cover it with a rationalization. Well, why would you need to do that? If antisocial behavior was actually wired in and part of us, we wouldn't alibi it. We would just say that's what we're doing. I mean, a wolf wouldn't say, I'm eating the sheep because I'm trying to help the sheep. It would just say, I'm eating the sheep because I'm hungry.
That's right.
And the same thing goes for human. No, nobody does that.
Henry Kissinger probably would say it on the Cambodia bombing. But, you know, yeah, that's a good argument. Why do you bother to rationalize?
One of the many areas where I think people should be pretty skeptical is in what you read about this. I mean, it's a very popular topic these days to discuss what evolutionary psychology, as it's now called, sociobiology, it used to be, teaches us about the nature of humans. But the problem is it doesn't teach us anything much at all. It's an extremely hard scientific problem to understand the nature of any organism, say insects. We can do any experiment you like. When you get to something as complex as human beings, what you just find is almost anything you look for. You want to find aggressiveness and violence and sadism, yeah, we can find that. We don't need evolutionary psychology to tell us about it. We see it in the world. You want to find self-sacrifice, courage, integrity, a willingness to sacrifice yourself for some totally, you know, remote species, like to wade out into the wintry waters of Cape Cod and save dolphins. You can find that. You can find what you look for. Humans have all of these capacities. Different ones manifest themselves in different circumstances and with different backgrounds and so on. But the sciences just don't reach far enough to answer questions like this. A little, you know, it's worth looking at. There's interesting work, say Robert Trivers' work on reciprocal altruism, which is very interesting. How a willingness to have an altruistic relation to someone else could pay off in terms of selection survival. Yeah, it could, and that tells you maybe something interesting about the roots of this concept. It's not a new idea, incidentally. The first book on this topic, called Mutual Aid, A Factor in Evolution, was written over a century ago by Kropotkin, leading anarchist thinker, who was also a natural historian. And he tried to show, this is I think maybe 1902 or something like that, that he didn't have a lot of evidence, but he tried to argue that in the natural world and up to humans, mutual aid, a commitment to help others and help the community, would be, could have survival value and could have been selected for. So maybe that's the kind of creature we are. And in some sense, yes, that's the kind of creature we are. We're also, unfortunately, any other kind of creature you like.
You wrote a wonderful essay called Language and Freedom. Before I get there, though, it seems to me what the motivation to study language was to understand something which you often talk about as human nature. I was going to ask you what, I still don't quite know what the the phrase means human nature, but you seemed attracted to the notion that understanding human nature would help us understand social interactions, an issue that has been and clearly is very important to you when you get there. And you were attracted and have written a lot about Rousseau. Now, I remember Jean-Jacques Rousseau had a big impact on me when I read him, The Social Contract, because of that famous phrase, man is born free but lives forever in chains, which took me a long time to understand. And but Rousseau had this idea, which in your writing you've repeated a number of times, that somehow the natural state of man, and we'll just use man for that moment here, is a good one, and somehow society screws that up. So, for example, you wrote, actually at the time of American Draft Resistors, you were saying many who were beginning to recover from the catastrophe of 20th century Western civilization, which has so tragically confirmed Rousseau's judgment. And he wrote, "Here arose the national wars, battles, murders, and reprisals which make nature tremble and shook reason, and all those horrible prejudices which rank the honor of shedding human blood among the virtues. The most decent men learned to consider it one of their duties to murder their fellow man. At length men were seen to massacre each other by the thousands without knowing why. More murders were committed on a single day of fighting, and more horrors in the capture of a single city than were committed in the state of nature during whole centuries over the entire face of the earth." Now, is that really, it seems to me that that's wrong.
That's Rousseau.
Yeah, it's Rousseau, but I mean,
Yeah.
you quoted it. And the question is, do you agree with that? I mean, it seems to me that, in fact, one of your former colleagues, Steve Pinker, has written a book, The Better Angels of Our Nature, that in fact, if you wanted to choose a time to be around and have a happy, nonviolent life, today is a lot better than when you're being around at Neanderthal times.
Well, that's what he claims, but the weight of evidence is strongly against it.
You think so?
I think so. There's very good work by a serious anthropologist, Brian Ferguson is one, who's worked through his data and I think shown that it's probably wrong for about 95% of human existence, namely the hunter-gatherer periods. It's really with the emergence of state systems, the development of complex agriculture, they begin to get wars that are very destructive. I mean, there's killing among hunter-gatherers, but it's pretty limited.
But there has been moral progress. In fact, you wrote.
Well, one thing that he says is correct. I think that's about it. Since the Enlightenment, there has been moral progress. In our own lifetimes, there's been moral progress. So consider, for example, the status of women's rights today and in 1950. Very different. The status of civil rights, very different. The gay rights, very different. That's progress. And it's been going on slowly since the Enlightenment. But that's a pretty brief period of human history. And in fact, right at this same time have been the most murderous, destructive wars ever. And even the 70 years ago, the creation by some of the smartest people in the world of a device that may destroy us all and is on the verge of destroying us all.
We'll get to that. As you know, I'm the chairman of the board of Bolton, the Atomic Scientists. It's an issue that's really of great interest to me. You actually just reproduced a quote I was going to talk about for you. Is it that there has been moral progress in many ways, status of women in particular. You talk about your daughters versus your grandmother. And you say it's fairly brief, but don't you think it's interesting that that coincides with the rise of science? Do you think that's coincidental?
No, it's not coincidental. Part of the contribution of the Enlightenment was to free inquiry from constraints, which led to the rise of science. So breaking free of these fetters that society had imposed did permit the rise of science, did permit moral progress, also permitted massive destruction.
Well, now we're going to get to the massive destruction, and you're interested in that. You wrote at one point, and the transition in this language and freedom, which is really trying to understand whether your scientific and intellectual background somehow motivated, in some sense, your social activism.
Could I make
You can say whatever you want.
Take a look at the first sentence. The first sentence of this article says, I've been asked to talk about language and freedom. There's a lot to say about language. There's a lot to say about freedom, but I have almost nothing to say about and.
Okay,
How
but here's one of the things.
How are they connected?
Here's one of the things you did say, which I find interesting, which I want to ask if it motivates you, okay? I mean, I like to believe that the intensive study of one aspect of human psychology, human language, may contribute to a humanistic social science that will serve as well as an instrument for social action.
I would like to believe that's crucial.
Yes,
I would like
has that
to
been
believe
your
that.
But has that been a motivator?
Like
No. I'm not saying you say it has, but in a personal sense, do you think that makes a connection in your own personal activism?
Well, if you look at as a historical fact, no, they're separate. But there is a kind of a connection, not a logical connection, nothing you can prove, just a suggestive relation. And it shows up in Rousseau. So if you take a look at, say, the work of Rousseau that I quoted, which is the Second Discourse on Equality, that's his most libertarian writing.
Yeah.
He begins with a pretty strictly Cartesian view of animals as being machines, just reflexive machines compelled to do what they do by internal and external circumstances, without the creative character of human thought and behavior. And he then says, again in roughly Cartesian terms, that what is unique and distinctive about humans is this internal creative capacity. That's what makes humans different from the rest of the natural world. Then comes a thesis, which is not proved, but I think is plausible, namely any social arrangements that inhibit or constrain that free creative capacity are fundamentally illegitimate unless they can justify themselves. That means any structure of authority, domination, hierarchy, whether it's in a patriarchal family or in international affairs or anything in between, should be subject to challenge. It's not self-justifying. There's, I mean, you can see the chain of thinking. Notice it's not a proof, but beginning with the observation that specific to human nature, a term which I don't object to, we maybe could talk about that.
Yeah.
Inherent to human nature, what's special about us is this creative character, the need to inquire, to create, to act, to choose what you do, how you speak, how you interact, and so on. There's a kind of a chain of thinking from that to the conclusion that which is in Rousseau, in fact, that social structures which inhibit that are illegitimate unless proved otherwise. Like sometimes you can give an argument in favor of authority. So if I'm walking down the street with, say, my 3-year-old granddaughter, and she runs into the street and I grab her arm and pull her back, I think I can give a justification for that. But the point is that the argument is that any form of authority and domination requires justification. And usually you can't justify it, in which case you have to dismantle it and replace it by something more free and just. Well, there is the social Darwinist view that Herbert Spencer is famous for developing, that in a capitalist system, you know, that it'll be nature and red and blood and claw, the strongest win. And Goldman Sachs is given as an illustration, or maybe IBM and so on. But they're not illustrations. They are illustrations of how the nanny state, the powerful state that's run by the principal architects of policy, designs policy in such a way as to enrich and privilege the designers. What's that got to do with capitalism? I mean, there's a kind of a capitalist fringe to it. But what about Herbert Spencer?
Well, at the same time, a little after Herbert Spencer, there was a response, much less known, namely Kropotkin, natural historian, who wrote a book called Mutual Aid, a Factor in Evolution. And he argued the exact opposite. He argued that on Darwinian grounds, you would expect cooperation and mutual aid and to develop and leading towards community workers' control and so on. Well, you know, he didn't prove his point. It's at least as well argued as Herbert Spencer is. And in fact, Kropotkin essentially founded what is now called sociobiology or evolutionary psychology. But his contribution is sort of unmentionable because it came out with the wrong conclusions. Nobody could give right conclusions. You know, human nature probably has all of these factors in it. But some of them are favorable to the interests of the rich and powerful. So those do survive. And here there is, if you like, a Spencerian element. The ideological concoctions that are beneficial to the rich and powerful, they'll tend to propagate. The ones that are harmful to the interests of the rich and powerful will tend to be marginalized and suppressed. But that has nothing to do with the reality of the world. No, that has to do with how power systems function.
How does your approach to the world as a scientist affect and influence the way you approach politics?
Well, and sort of, see, I think studying science is a good way to get into fields like history.
Okay.
The reason is you learn what an argument means. Mm-hmm. You learn what evidence is. You learn, you know, what makes sense to postulate and when. What's going to be convincing. You sort of internalize the modes of rational inquiry, which happen to be much more advanced in the sciences than anywhere else. On the other hand, you know, applying relativity theory to history isn't going to get you anywhere.
No.
So it's a mode of thinking,
okay.
and I try, at least with what success others have to judge, to use the mode of thinking that you would use in the sciences to human affairs, and I think it's a good idea to do so. So the major issues of 20th century history, surely in the United States, is corporate propaganda. That's a huge industry. In fact, it extends over obviously the commercial media, but the whole range of systems that reach the public, the entertainment industry, television, a good bit of what appears in the schools, a lot of what appears straight out in the newspapers and so on. Huge amount of that comes straight out of the public relations industry, which was established in this country early in the century and sort of developed mainly in the 20s and on, and has become an enormous industry. It's now spreading over the rest of the world, but it's primarily here. And its goal from the beginning, perfectly openly and consciously, was to control the public mind, as they put it. And the reason was that the public mind was seen as the greatest threat to corporations. That's from early in the century. Business power was strong, but it's a very free country by comparative standards, and it's hard to call on state violence, not impossible, but hard to call upon state violence to crush people's efforts to achieve freedom and rights and justice. So therefore it was recognized early on that it's going to be necessary to control people's minds. I should say that's not a new insight either. You know, you can read it in David Hume and the Enlightenment, where it was already recognized. In fact, go back to the earliest stirrings of democratic revolutions in England in the 17th century, and there already was concern that we're not going to be able to control people by force, and we therefore have to control them by other means, controlling what they think, what they feel, their attitudes toward one another. I mean, all sorts of mechanisms of control are going to have to be devised, which will replace the efficient use of force and violence that was available to a much greater extent earlier on, and as has been fortunately declining, you know, not uniformly, but often declining through the years, particularly here, leading to the need for other methods of control. In the United States, there's an extraordinarily high degree of class consciousness
on the part of the privileged classes, on the part of business professionals, the elite intellectuals who associate themselves with privilege and power. In those groups, there's a very high, unusually high degree of class consciousness, which manifests itself in lots of ways. And correspondingly, there's an unusually low degree of class consciousness on the part of working people. A good deal about the United States reflects that phenomenon, which does mark this country out to a considerable extent as distinct from other similar societies. Well, one particular manifestation of this phenomenon is the public relations industry, which again is a peculiarly American phenomenon. It exists elsewhere, but nowhere on the scale that it does here. This goes way back in the United States. In the early part of the 20th century, it was beginning to become significant. In 1909, an AT&T executive commented that the public mind is the only serious danger confronting the company. And the PR industry, public relations industry, was in fact created in order to control this threat, to control the public mind and prevent it from being a threat to major corporations. During the First World War, the government got into the act. The government created the first major official propaganda agency. It's called the Creel Commission. Its purpose was to try to drive a generally pacifistic population into the European war. The head of the Creel Commission referred to this as the world's greatest adventure in advertising. And a lesson was learned. The lesson that was learned was that the government can in fact control the framework of discussion by flooding the media with so-called facts amounting to official information, and also by defining the issues that are allowed to be discussed. So by those means, and if that can be done effectively, it really doesn't matter what the outcome of debate is. If you can define the issues as you wish, you've essentially won the battle. And that lesson was learned during the war. One of the major members of the Creel Commission was a man named Edward Bernays, who learned the lesson well. He became essentially the patron saint of the modern public relations industry, its leading figure. Years later, he wrote about what he called the engineering of consent, which he described as the essence of democracy, the power to persuade. Now, he didn't go into the question of who has the power to persuade. The answer is pretty obvious. It's the people who own and manage the society. But it's a conception of democracy which is very significant in the United States. The essence of democracy is the power to persuade, which is in the hands of those who essentially own and manage the private economy, and that defines what democracy is. Long before that, in fact, shortly after the First World War, Walter Lippmann, the major American journalist, had recognized the same point, partly because of the experiences of the First World War. He discussed in 1921 what he called the manufacture of consent, which he said is an art that will cause a revolution in the practice of democracy. This idea was taken up with great enthusiasm in the social sciences. One of the leading American political scientists, Harold Lasswell, was very influential, wrote an article in the Encyclopedia of Social Science in 1933 on propaganda, in which he sort of gave all of this a theoretical basis. He made a distinction between democratic societies and what we nowadays, though he didn't use the term then, would call totalitarian states. And he pointed out that propaganda has a very different function in those two kinds of societies. In a totalitarian state or a military society and so on, propaganda isn't all that important because the state can control behavior by force. But in a democratic society, where the state is restricted in its ability to use force against citizens, at least relatively privileged citizens who have means to defend themselves, in such a society, propaganda becomes much more important, he pointed out. And the reason is that the voice of the people is heard, and therefore it's necessary to ensure that that voice says the right things, that voice says the things that the leadership regards as correct. In a totalitarian society, that doesn't matter so much, because they're going to do what they want anyway, and if you don't like it, you'll suffer. But the more democratic a society is, the more indoctrination is needed, the more you need manufacture of consent. And Lasswell went on to say that we should not succumb to what he called democratic dogmatisms, such as the idea that people are the best judges of their own interests. That's not true. Despite mass education and so on, people have no idea what their best interests are. The only people who understand their best interests are the privileged elites, and since we have this unfortunate phenomenon of democracy, we have to make sure that privileged elites are not restricted in their ability to carry through the policies that are in fact in the interests of everyone, which means you have to have an effective system of indoctrination. You have to have real manufacture of consent. He went on to, he said that we shouldn't regard propaganda negatively. He said propaganda is completely neutral. He said it's as neutral as a pump handle. You can use it for good or for evil, and since of course we're good, we're going to use propaganda for good purposes, and therefore we should have a positive attitude towards it. It's, again, the essence of democracy.
What we really would like to do is sit on a big, comfortable sofa and watch an entertaining program on a big, beautiful television set, and maybe have somebody bring us some hot fudge sundaes or bonbons while we're watching the program. That this is what people, what I'm really like, what everyone is really like. Selfish and really seeking material comfort. And that is human nature. That is bedrock human nature. And I think a lot of our political attitudes come from the fact that we think we can never get away from that. That's what we are. Now, do you share that view?
Not in the least. and I think there's plenty of evidence against it. There has been a massive effort for over 100 years to try to convince people that that's what we are. It's called advertising. It's a huge industry. It's dedicated explicitly, openly, to trying to, you read the business press 100 years ago, and it's taking off to try to direct people to the superficial things of life, like fashionable consumption. Get them out of our hair by getting them involved in consumption. And huge efforts go into this. For example, about 20 or 30 years ago, the advertising industry realized that there's a sector of the population that they're not reaching because they don't have money, known as children. And some bright guys figured, well, we can get around this. The children don't have money, but their parents do. So what we have to do is direct television programs for children and so on to try to induce what's called nagging. Try to get this is literally the case, create nagging propaganda. By now, if you look at academic applied psychology departments, there is actually programs studying different kinds of nagging and how you can induce it. And if you watch children's television, I've seen this with my grandchildren, it's 2-year-old kids are looking at things and they're being induced to try to get your parents to get me this thing or else I'm going to die, you know, and so on. And then the parents get it and you throw it away in 5 minutes. But every aspect of our life is devoted to this. Actually, my wife and I were taken by a friend a couple of weeks ago to see a what do you call it, the baseball, you know, the pre-season baseball, spring training, right. And you take a look at the stadium, every inch is covered with an ad. I mean, I remember the first baseball game I went to was in the 1930s. There were no ads anywhere. Now every inch is an ad. Every taxi cab you look at is an ad. Every minute of your life is inundated with efforts to turn you into the kind of person you're describing. So is that human nature? I don't think so. So take a look at these Trump voters again. Say these working class people in, say, rural towns, manufacturing towns in Arkansas, and take a listen to what they're saying. These are people men who want to work in coal mines, which is not fun, rather than to take a government handout. They don't want to sit on the couch and being given a government handout. That undermines their sense of dignity, of self-worth, of doing something significant, and I think that's what people are. You go back further, there's plenty of evidence for it. There's a wonderful study, a huge study of the reading habits of the British working class in the late 19th century. Jonathan Rose, very detailed study. What were British workers reading? It turns out they were better educated than the aristocrats. In, say, eastern Massachusetts, Boston, where I live, an Irish blacksmith, if he could make enough money, would hire a boy to read to him while he's working. I mean, I can remember this from childhood. In the 1930s, most of my family were immigrants, first generation unemployed working class. They were quite educated. Many of them didn't go to school, maybe fourth grade, but they read, they went to concerts, they went to Shakespeare plays, they talked about it, they were interested in politics. I mean, I think it's taken huge efforts to try to drive all of this out of people's heads. I think the natural thing for humans is to want to be independent, creative, whether creative, I mean, maybe you work on fixing up old cars in your garage in the weekend instead of sitting and watching television, whatever it may be. You want to do something that's significant, that's worthwhile, maybe even if it's a ugly, horrible job like working in a coal mine instead of taking a government handout. Because people, I think, want dignity and a sense of self-worth and a sense of creating and doing something important. That's what we are. And I think it's taken huge efforts, enormous efforts. A huge part of the economy is devoted to trying to drive these things out of people's heads, to make you think that all you want is more commodities. And so you should go shopping instead of reading, let's say.
So that most people, by this account, really have been unnaturally squashed into being something much, much smaller than they could be or than they should be.
And want to be.
And want to be.
In fact, it's pretty interesting to go back to, there's good studies of the working class press in the early Industrial Revolution. In the United States, or England it's earlier, in the United States it would be mid-19th century, late 19th century. There's a very lively working class press, a lot of it written by young women from the farms called factory girls who ran their own newspapers. And the material, there's a lot of material on it, and it's pretty interesting. What they wanted was dignity. They hated the industrial system because it was destroying their rights as independent people. They attacked what sometimes they called the slogan, they denounced the slogan, gain wealth forgetting all but self. In other words, the kind of person that you think we all are, that we're taught we all are. That's what they were condemning. We don't want to just gain wealth forgetting all but self. We want dignified, independent lives. They regarded wage labor as not very different from slavery, which was just a popular idea that was a slogan of the Republican Party, literally, Abraham Lincoln and so on, because you're selling yourself if you're a wage laborer. If you sell something you created, let's say you're an artisan and you make something and you sell it, you're not selling yourself. If you sell your labor, you're selling yourself. You're losing your dignity and independence. It's an attack on your fundamental rights. These are themes that run right through the spontaneous productions of mostly uneducated working class, what we call uneducated working class people. It was the same in England before us. I think it's the same elsewhere. I just don't think people are, you talk about human nature, I think we're talking about something that's constructed and contrived with enormous effort, conscious effort. You look at, in the television industry, there's what's called content and fill in a program. Content is the ads. Fill is the car chase that you pull off the shelf to keep people watching between the ads. And if you just watch television, you can see that the creativity, the thought, the funding, and so on is going into the ads, not into the fill. You know, in the newspaper industry, there's what they call the news hole. And so you lay out the newspaper first. You get all the ads. That's what matters. Then there's this news hole where you put in things to keep people watching. I mean, this is literally hundreds of millions of dollars a year. A huge part of the economy goes into this. An interesting aspect of this, which is kind of interestingly not studied very much, has to do with basic economics. So anyone who took an economics course or reads about it knows that a market economy is supposed to be based on informed consumers making rational choices. That's what we're taught our economy is. Turn on the television set and take a look at the content, the ads. Are they trying to create informed consumers making rational choices? I mean, if we had a market economy, if there was an ad, it would be an announcement by, say, Ford Motor Company. Here are the characteristics of the cars I'm producing next year. Here's what Consumer Review says about them. That would create informed consumers making rational choices. It's not what you see. There's huge efforts to try to create irrational consumers, uninformed consumers making irrational choices, to undermine market economies, and to turn people into people who may even believe that what they want is to sit on a couch and watch television. That's not what they want as human beings. We should be cautious about trying to sketch out the nature of a future society in too much detail. It's not that it can't be done. It can be done. It can be done in interesting ways, different ways, and has been done. But I think the real question is, to what extent is it important to do it, and to what extent is it important to just try and experiment and chip away at existing structures and so on. Actually, another problem, which I think must be faced, is that at any particular point in human history, people have not understood what is oppression. It's something you learn. I mean, if I go back to my, say, parents and say my grandmother, she didn't think she was oppressed by being in a super patriarchal family where the father would walk down the street and not recognize his daughter when she came, because you're not supposed to, not because you didn't know who she was, because you don't nod to your daughter. It didn't feel like oppression. That just felt like the way life works. I mean, what psychic effects it had internally, that's a complicated question. But as anyone involved in any kind of activism knows, say the women's movement, I mean, one of the first tasks is to get people to understand that they're living under conditions of oppression and domination. It isn't obvious. No. And who knows what forms of oppression and domination we're just accepting without even noticing them. And at some further stage of self-enlightenment and communal understanding, we'll recognize those are things we have to deal with. And we can't plan for them if we don't know about them.
Linked to that, then, Emma Goldman, as she grew older and feared for the fact that there may not be an immediate revolution, became very influenced by, I think, Gustav Landauer, who talked about that the state isn't just out there, it's inside us, that we have to become ourselves as free as we can be in capitalism. That in fact she was always worried that there may be a chance that people won't be ready for revolution, and that there is a way of developing the politics of the personal, so maybe more people could be ready to experience that life that's possible.
That's quite true. I mean, people, in fact, there are, the people who understand this the best are those who are carrying out the control and domination. I mean, in the more free societies like the United States and England, where popular struggles have won a lot of freedom over the years, and the state has limited capacity to coerce. It is very striking that it's precisely in those societies that elite groups, the business world, state managers and so on, recognized early on that they're going to have to develop massive methods of control of attitude and opinion, because you can't control people by force anymore. And therefore you have to modify their consciousness so they don't perceive that they are living under conditions of alienation, oppression, subordination, and so on. In fact, that's what, I mean, you know, probably a couple of $1 trillion a year spent on this in the United States, very self-consciously. I mean, from the framing of television advertisements for 2-year-olds to what you taught in graduate school economics programs. It's designed to create a kind of a consciousness of subordination, and it's also intended specifically and pretty consciously to suppress normal human emotions. So normal human emotions are sympathy and solidarity. I mean, not just for people. I mean, for stranded dolphins. You know, it's just a normal reaction of people. And if you go back to, say, the classical political economists, people like Adam Smith, this was just taken for granted. It was the core of human nature. Any society's got to deal with this. Well, you know, one of the main concentrations of advertising and education is to drive that out of your mind.
Classical liberalism asserts as its major idea an opposition to all but the most restricted, minimal forms of state intervention in personal or social life. Well, this conclusion is quite familiar. However, the reasoning that leads to it is less familiar, and I think a good deal more important than the conclusion itself. One of the earliest and most brilliant expositions of this position is in Wilhelm von Humboldt's Limits of State Action, which was written in 1792, though not published for 60 or 70 years after that. In his view, the state tends to, quote, tends to make man an instrument to serve its arbitrary ends, overlooking his individual purposes. And since man is in his essence a free, searching, self-perfecting being, it follows that the state is a profoundly anti-human institution. That is, its actions, its existence, are ultimately incompatible with the full harmonious development of human potential in its richest diversity, hence incompatible with what Humboldt, and in the following century Marx, Bakunin, Mill, and many others, what they see as the true end of man. And for the record, I think that this is an accurate description. The modern conservative tends to regard himself as the lineal descendant of the classical liberal in this sense, but I think that that can be maintained only from an extremely superficial point of view, as one can see by studying more carefully the fundamental ideas of classical libertarian thought, as expressed, in my opinion, in its most profound form by Humboldt. I think the issues are of really quite considerable contemporary significance, and if you don't mind what may appear to be a somewhat antiquarian excursion, I'd like to expand on them. For Humboldt, as for Rousseau, and before him the Cartesians, man's essential attribute is his freedom. Quote, to inquire and to create, these are the centers around which all human pursuits more or less directly revolve. But, he goes on to say, all moral culture springs solely and immediately from the inner life of the soul and can never be produced by external and artificial contrivances. The cultivation of the understanding, as of any of man's other faculties, is generally achieved by his own activity, his own ingenuity, or his own methods of using the discoveries of others. Well, from these assumptions, quite obviously, an educational theory follows, and he develops it, but I won't pursue it, but also far more follows. Humboldt goes on to develop at least the rudiments of a theory of exploitation and of alienated labor that suggests, in significant ways, I think, the early Marx. So Humboldt, in fact, continues these comments that I made, that I quoted about the cultivation of understanding through spontaneous action in the following way. He says, man never regards what he possesses as so much his own as what he does. And the laborer who tends a garden is perhaps in a truer sense its owner than the listless voluptuary who enjoys its fruits. And since truly human action is that which flows from inner impulse, it seems as if all peasants and craftsmen might be elevated into artists, that is, men who love their labor for its own sake, improve it by their own plastic genius and inventive skill, and thereby cultivate their intellect, ennoble their character, and exalt and refine their pleasures. And so humanity would be ennobled by the very things which now, though beautiful in themselves, so often tend to degrade it. Freedom is undoubtedly the indispensable condition without which even the pursuits most congenial to individual human nature can never succeed in producing such salutary influences. Whatever does not spring from a man's free choice, or is only the result of instruction and guidance, does not enter into his very being, but remains alien to his true nature. He does not perform it with truly human energies, but merely with mechanical exactness. And if a man acts in a mechanical way, reacting to external demands or instruction rather than in ways determined by his own interests and energies and power, he says we may admire what he does, but we despise what he is. For Humboldt, man is born to inquire and create. And when a man or a child chooses to inquire or create out of his own free choice, then he becomes in his own terms an artist rather than a tool of production or a well-trained parrot. This is the essence of his concept of human nature. And I think it's very revealing and interesting to compare it with Marx, with the early Marx manuscripts, in particular his account of, to quote, the alienation of labor when work is external to the worker, not part of his nature, so that he does not fulfill himself in his work, but denies himself and is physically exhausted and mentally debased. This alienated labor that casts some of the workers back into a barbarous kind of work and turns others into machines, thus depriving man of his species character, of free conscious activity and productive life. Recall also Marx's well-known and often quoted reference to a higher form of society in which labor has become not only a means of life but also the highest want in life. And recall also his repeated criticism of the specialized labor which, I quote again, mutilates the worker into a fragment of a human being, degrades him to become a mere appurtenance of the machine, makes his work such a torment that its essential meaning is destroyed, estranges from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in very proportion to the extent to which science is incorporated into it as an independent power. Robert Tucker, for one, has rightly emphasized that Marx sees the revolutionary more as a frustrated producer than as a dissatisfied consumer. And this far more radical critique of capitalist relations of production flows directly, often in the same words, from the libertarian thought of the Enlightenment. For this reason, I think one must say that classical liberal ideas, in their essence, though not in the way they developed, are profoundly anti-capitalist. The essence of these ideas must be destroyed for them to serve as an ideology of modern industrial capitalism. Writing in the 1780s and early 1790s, Humboldt had no conception of the forms that industrial capitalism would take. Consequently, in this classic of classical liberalism, he stresses the problem of limiting state power, and he's not overly concerned with the dangers of private power. The reason is that he believes in and speaks of the essential equality of condition of private citizens. And of course, he has no idea, writing in 1790, of the ideas and of the ways in which the notion private person would come to be reinterpreted in the era of corporate capitalism. He did not foresee, I now quote the anarchist historian Rudolf Rocker, he did not foresee that democracy, with its motto equality of all citizens before the law, and liberalism, with its right of man over his own person, both would be wrecked on the realities of capitalist economy. Humboldt did not foresee that in a predatory capitalist economy, state intervention would be an absolute necessity to preserve human existence, to prevent the destruction of the physical environment. I speak optimistically, of course. As Karl Polanyi, for one, has pointed out, the self-adjusting market could not exist for any length of time without annihilating the human and natural substance of society. It would have physically destroyed man and transformed his surroundings into a wilderness. I think that's correct. Humboldt also did not foresee the consequences of the commodity character of labor. The doctrine, again in Polanyi's words, that it is not for the commodity to decide where it should be offered for sale, to what purpose it should be used, at what price it should be allowed to change hands, in what manner it should be consumed or destroyed. But the commodity in this case is, of course, a human life, and social protection was therefore a minimal necessity to constrain the irrational and destructive workings of the classical free market. Nor did Humboldt understand in 1790 that capitalist economic relations perpetuate a form of bondage which, long before that, in fact, as early as 1767, Simon Languet had declared to be even worse than slavery, writing, "It is the impossibility of living by any other means that compels our farm laborers to till the soil, whose fruits they will not eat, and our masons to construct buildings in which they will not live. It is want that drags them to those markets where they await masters who will do them the kindness of buying them. It is want that compels them to go down on their knees to the rich man in order to get from him permission to enrich him. What effective gain has the suppression of slavery brought him? He's free, you say. That is his misfortune. These men, it is said, have no master. They have one, and the most terrible, the most imperious of masters, that is need. It is this that reduces them to the most cruel dependence. And if there is something degrading to human nature in the idea of bondage, as every spokesman for the Enlightenment would insist, then it would follow that a new emancipation must be awaited, what Fourier referred to as the third and last emancipatory phase of history, the first having made serfs out of slaves, the second wage earners out of serfs, and the third which will transform the proletariat to free men by eliminating the commodity character of labor, ending wage slavery, and bringing the commercial, industrial, and financial institutions under democratic control. These are all things that Humboldt in his classical liberal doctrine did not express and didn't see, but I think he might have accepted these conclusions. He does, for example, agree that state intervention in social life is legitimate if freedom would destroy the very conditions without which not only freedom but even existence itself would be inconceivable, which are precisely the circumstances that arise in an unconstrained capitalist economy. And he does, as in the remarks that I quoted, vigorously condemn the alienation of labor. In any event, his criticism of bureaucracy and the autocratic state stands as a very eloquent forewarning of some of the most dismal aspects of modern history. And the important point is that the basis of his critique is applicable to a far broader range of coercive institutions than he imagined, in particular to the institutions of industrial capitalism. Though he expresses a classical liberal doctrine, Humboldt is no primitive individualist in the style of, for example, Rousseau. So Rousseau extols the savage who lives within himself, but Humboldt's vision is entirely different. He sums up his remarks as follows. He says, "The whole tenor of the ideas and arguments unfolded in this essay might fairly be reduced to this, that while they would break all fetters in human society, they would attempt to find as many new social bonds as possible. The isolated man is no more able to develop than the one who is fettered." And he, in fact, looks forward to a community of free association without coercion by the state or other authoritarian institutions, in which free men can create and inquire, achieve the highest development of their powers. In fact, far ahead of his time, he presents an anarchist vision that is appropriate, perhaps, to the next stage of industrial society. We can perhaps look forward to a day when these various strands will be brought together within the framework of libertarian socialism, a social form that barely exists today, though its elements can perhaps be perceived. For example, in the guarantee of individual rights that has achieved so far its fullest realization, though still tragically flawed in the Western democracies, or in the Israeli kibbutzim, or in the experiments with workers' councils in Yugoslavia, or in the effort to awaken popular consciousness and to create a new involvement in the social process, which is a fundamental element in the Third World revolutions, coexisting uneasily with indefensible authoritarian practice. So let me summarize this first point. The first concept of the state that I want to set up as a point of reference, classical liberal, its doctrine is that the state functions should be drastically limited, but this familiar characterization is a very superficial one. More deeply, the classical liberal view develops from a certain concept of human nature, one that stresses the importance of diversity and free creation, and therefore this view is in fundamental opposition to industrial capitalism, with its wage slavery, its alienated labor, and its hierarchic and authoritarian principles of social and economic organization. At least in its Humboldtian form, classical liberal thought is opposed as well to the concepts of possessive individualism which are intrinsic to capitalist ideology. So it seeks to eliminate social fetters, but to replace them by social bonds, not by competitive greed, not by predatory individualism, not, of course, by corporate empires, state or private. Classical libertarian thought seems to me, therefore, to lead directly to libertarian socialism, or anarchism, if you like, when combined with an understanding of industrial capitalism. Now, it might very well be asked whether such a social structure is feasible in a complex, highly technological society. There are counter-arguments, and I think they fall into two main categories. First category is that such an organization is contrary to human nature, and the second category says roughly that it's incompatible with the demands of efficiency, and I'd like to briefly consider each of these. Consider the first, that a free society is contrary to human nature. It's often asked, do men really want freedom? Do they want the responsibility that goes with it? Or would they prefer to be ruled by a benevolent master? Consistently, apologists for the existing distribution of power have held to one or another version of the idea of the happy slave. 200 years ago, Rousseau denounced the sophistic politicians and intellectuals who search for ways to obscure the fact, so he maintained, that the essential and defining property of man is freedom. They attribute to man a natural inclination to servitude, without thinking that it is the same for freedom as for innocence and virtue. Their value is felt only as long as one enjoys them oneself, and the taste for them is lost as soon as one has lost them. As proof of this doctrine, he refers to the marvels done by all free peoples to guard themselves from oppression. True, he says, those who have abandoned the life of a free man do nothing but boast incessantly of the peace and repose they enjoy in their chains. But when I see the others sacrifice pleasures, repose, wealth, power, and life itself for the preservation of this sole good, which is so disdained by those who have lost it, when I see multitudes of entirely naked savages scorn European voluptuousness and endure hunger, fire, the sword, and death to preserve only their independence, I feel it does not behoove slaves to reason about freedom. A comment to which we can perhaps give a contemporary interpretation. Rather similar thoughts were expressed by Kant 40 years later. He cannot, he says, accept the proposition that certain people are not ripe for freedom. For example, the serfs of some landlord. If one accepts this assumption, he writes, freedom will never be achieved, for one cannot arrive at the maturity for freedom without having already acquired it. One must be free to learn how to make use of one's powers freely and usefully. The first attempts will surely be brutal and will lead to a state of affairs more painful and dangerous than the former condition, under the dominance but also the protection of an external authority. However, one can achieve reason only through one's own experiences, and one must be free to be able to undertake them. To accept the principle that freedom is worthless for those under one's control, and that one has the right to refuse it to them forever, is an infringement on the right of God himself, who has created man to be free. This particular remark is interesting because of its context as well. Kant, on this occasion, was defending the French Revolution during the Terror against those who claimed that it showed the masses to be unready for the privilege of freedom. And his remarks, too, I think, have obvious contemporary relevance. No rational person will approve of violence and terror, and in particular the terror of the post-revolutionary state, which has fallen into the hands of a grim autocracy, has more than once reached indescribable levels of savagery. At the same time, no person of understanding or humanity will too quickly condemn the violence that often occurs when long subdued masses rise against their oppressors or take their first steps towards liberty and social reconstruction. Humboldt, just a few years before Kant, had expressed a view very similar to that. He also said that freedom and variety are the preconditions for human self-realization. Nothing promotes this ripeness for freedom so much as freedom itself. This truth perhaps may not be acknowledged by those who have so often used this unripeness as an excuse for continuing repression, but it seems to me to follow unquestionably from the very nature of man. The incapacity for freedom can only arise from a want of moral and intellectual power. To heighten this power is the only way to supply the want, but to do so presupposes the freedom which awakens spontaneous activity. And those who do not comprehend this, he says, may justly be suspected of misunderstanding human nature and wishing to make men into machines. Rosa Luxemburg's fraternal, sympathetic critique of Bolshevik ideology and practice was given in very similar terms. Only the active participation of the masses in self-government and social reconstruction could bring about what she described as the complete spiritual transformation in the masses degraded by centuries of bourgeois class rule. just as only their creative experience and spontaneous action can solve the myriad problems of creating a libertarian socialist society. One might, she went on to say that historically the errors committed by a truly revolutionary movement are infinitely more fruitful than the infallibility of the cleverest central committee. And I think that these remarks can be translated immediately for the somewhat parallel ideology of the soulful corporation, which is now fairly popular among American academics. For example, Carl Kazin, who writes, "No longer the agent of proprietorship seeking to maximize return on investment, management sees itself as responsible to stockholders, employees, customers, the general public, and perhaps most important, the firm itself as an institution. There is no display of greed or graspingness. There's no attempt to push off on the workers of the community at least part of the social costs of the enterprise. The modern corporation is a soulful corporation." Similarly, the Vanguard Party is a soulful party. And in both cases, those who urge that men submit to the rule of these benevolent autocracies may, I think, justly be accused of wishing to make men into machines. Now, the correctness of the view, which is expressed by Rousseau and Kant and Humboldt and Luxemburg and innumerable others, I don't think that the correctness of this is the moment susceptible to scientific proof. One can only evaluate it in terms of experience and intuition. But one can also point out the social consequences of adopting the view that men are born to be free, or that they are born to be ruled by benevolent autocrats. What of the second question, the question of efficiency? Is democratic control of the industrial system down to its smallest functional units incompatible with efficiency? This is very frequently argued on several grounds. Some say, for example, that centralized management is a technological imperative, but I think the argument is exceedingly weak when one looks into it. The very same technology that brings relevant information to the board of managers can bring it at the time that it is needed to everyone in the workforce. The technology that's now capable of eliminating the stupefying labor that turns men into specialized tools of production, this technology permits in principle leisure and the educational opportunities that make them able to use this information in a rational way. And furthermore, even an economic elite which is dripping with soulfulness, to use Ralph Miliband's phrase, is constrained by the system in which it functions to organize production for certain ends, power, growth, profit, but not in the nature of the case human needs that to an ever more critical degree can be expressed only in collective terms. It's surely conceivable, and perhaps it's even likely, that decisions made by the collective itself will reflect these needs and interests, as well as those made by various soulful elites. In any event, it's a bit difficult to take seriously arguments about efficiency in a society that devotes such enormous resources to waste and destruction. As everyone knows, the very concept of efficiency is dripping with ideology. Maximization of commodities is hardly the only measure of a decent existence. The point is familiar, and no elaboration is necessary. We have today the technical and material resources to meet man's animal needs. We have not developed the cultural and moral resources or the democratic forms of social organization that make possible the humane and rational use of our material wealth and power. Conceivably, the classical liberal ideals, as expressed and developed in their libertarian socialist form, are achievable. But if so, only by a popular revolutionary movement rooted in wide strata of the population and committed to the elimination of repressive and authoritarian institutions, state and private. To create such a movement is the challenge we face and must meet if there's to be an escape from contemporary barbarism.
The function of human. I don't think humans have functions. We're not pieces of equipment. Humans have lives, not functions. To think of humans as having functions is to dehumanize them. So I don't think there's an answer to that question. Things have functions because we give them functions. Like, say, a computer, let's say. The computer itself has no function. I mean, we can, in fact, you can use it for a paper, for a paperweight if you want. Or you can figure out a way to devise a program which the computer will then implement. Okay, then the computer has a function, namely implementing the program that you wrote for it. But it's you, the human being, who are assigning a function to it. And the function can be anything. Like I say, a computer could be a paperweight. Or take, say, a hammer. What's its function? Well, in the hands of a torturer, its function could be to beat somebody's brains in. In the hands of a carpenter, its function would be to build a house. But the hammer itself has no function. And to dehumanize people is to turn them into objects with functions, like slaves. You dehumanize them. Their function is to pick cotton, or workers in a factory. Their function is to follow orders. In fact, in the Enlightenment, the period, the 18th, 19th, early 19th century, the idea that humans have functions was considered outrageous. In fact, you have, like the founder of the modern university system, Wilhelm von Humboldt, wrote in a famous classical liberal, is that if a craftsman produces a beautiful object on command, we may admire what he did, but we despise what he is, namely a tool in the hands of others with a function of producing that beautiful artifact. And that's what dehumanization is. And a lot of, what we call civilization is dehumanization, taking away, turning human beings into creatures with functions assigned to them by power systems. And there's no way to humanize people. They are human. You can dehumanize them, and you can help them develop their human characteristics, but you can't turn them into human beings. That they are to start with.
You've said either the general population will take control of our destiny, or there will be no destiny for anyone to control. Why is that so?
I think we are in a situation where, the human species has developed the capacity to destroy itself and everything else. Now, that's been true since the Second World War. And we are edging very close to the possibility of that happening. It's come very close in the past. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, which Arthur Schlesinger described as the most dangerous moment in human history, we just learned last October how dangerous it was. Last October, it was revealed at the retrospective conference of participants in Havana, American, Russian, and Cuban, that the world was literally one word away from terminal nuclear war. Russian submarine commanders, turns out, had nuclear-tipped missiles, and they were under attack by American destroyers at the edge of Kennedy's quarantine zone. They assumed a nuclear war was going on. Two of the commanders ordered the missiles sent. That would have led to a devastating response, taking out Moscow, then comes New York, and then we're over. One commander countermanded it. That was a consequence of an international terrorist war aimed at regime change. Those notions are right in the headlines. And we're coming very close to that now. The preventive war doctrine last September is just instructing people in the world that you better develop weapons of mass destruction or a means of terrorism in order to deter the United States. Where's that going to lead? Or take, in another domain, nobody really understands in any detail what's going on with the climate. It's a complicated issue. But there's a near consensus among scientists that we're playing with fire. Could be. It's kind of like Afghanistan. You're risking the possibility of very severe destruction if anything goes wrong. These are sort of nonlinear processes. A slight change could have a big effect. And you don't know what's going to happen. Maybe an ice age in Europe or some other thing. Well, we're very near the edge in nuclear weapons development, in other weapons of mass destruction, in policies that are creating international chaos, in possibly destroying an environment in which decent survival is possible. None of this is predictable. It's just all too close for comfort, and things are tending in that direction. And it's not particularly new. Take, say, the history of Europe. For hundreds of years, Europe was the most savage place in the world. The main activity of Europeans was slaughtering each other. Meanwhile, on the side, conquering most of the world. In 1945, they called it off. Why? Well, very straightforward reason. It was understood by French and Germans and British that the next time they play the centuries-old game of slaughtering each other, it's going to be the end of the world, because they had developed means of destruction so enormous that you just can't do it anymore. So now Europe is a peaceful region. But unless that extends to the world, the same problems are going to arise.